Hello.
Can everybody hear me? Is everything good? Am I here? Well, yeah. Is everyone able to hear me in the stream? Am I here? Am I present? Testing, testing, testing. 1, 2, 3. Testing, testing, testing. 1, 2, 3. Ah, lovely. Lovely, lovely. Well, as you guys might be able to hear, we have a nice frosty, snowy little bit of ambiance going on in the background. So I certainly hope that you guys will. Enjoy the wonderful session tonight, because tonight is session 1 of Winter Everlasting. And you get to watch yours truly be the one responsible for basically all map-related functions. Yeah. Tonight is gonna be basically everything is going to be our character introductions, basically, and it is session 1. I will also be streaming all the sessions of this campaign going forward. Hi, Ruby. Hello, 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 hello. Hi, hi, hi. So annoying. I'm not Bugle Boy. What are you talking about, huh? You're just trying to sweet talk me. Well, it's not gonna work. I'm not susceptible to praise or nice words or anything like that. Baka. But in all seriousness, probably close that. Okay. Okay. I think. Okay. Hold on. Sorry about, the minor delay in starting us off. Okay. Yes, I will be uploading them to the Tube of You to be available for people to watch. For anyone who wants to know the link for that, I think I have it somewhere. You can check me out here. Yes. There we go. So you can go ahead and you can check out all the stuff there. That has pretty much every VOD that of almost every single stream that I've done. There are some that I do not have, but it's not for lack of trying. Alright. So, with all of that taken care of, let me go ahead and minimize that. Let me go ahead and plunk my way back into the game chat. See if everybody is up for, if everybody is up for, talking. So, here we go. Oh yeah, let me also drop us into... No, wrong area. Hold on.
Oh.
Because this is where it's going to be happening mostly. So, yeah. And, let me go ahead and unmute myself. Hey, guys.
I'll never get tired of the bare-chested icon that I have.
Robust and beautiful.
She was supposed to put coveralls on him, and she stopped and then never finished.
I see nothing wrong here.
I mean, if you want them, I can do that for you.
At least there's no lips.
Alright. Okay, so is the Zox thing an in-call, like, music thing?
Yes, it is.
I should probably let you go ahead and do it. Seeing as how you already have the music probably queued up, so I will let you go ahead and manage that.
It's currently playing, actually. It's the wind.
Yeah, it's very similar to the track I was. So, alrighty. Oh boy. So I'm gonna need to put a few things in here. Oh, you guys are down here. I thought I could recycle the old D&D overlay that I tried to make once for a one-shot. I don't think that's gonna work. I don't think that's gonna work. So,
Something for later.
Yeah, I will do something like that later. For the time being, though, this will suffice. What's this? Oh, I was using something as a reference. Okay, so we will just have nice snowy background, and I will lay stuff on top of it.
Our third player, Lash, will either be late or not here at all, so you two get an extra long bit of introductory and your own screen time. As Lash got abducted for life things.
Ah, yes.
Life things.
Life things.
When you don't wanna.
Yeah. Family life things. Am I right?
Oh, yeah.
Family. Am I right?
Mm. All right. Since everyone is here, everybody, because it's just you two, we will begin. Thank you all for joining us this evening and watching Sosie's stream. I do enjoy letting her stream this from the beginning. Right.
So are you gonna have artographer stuff, or not this time around?
Yes, as I load things, our dear Frugomancer will astound us with the cartography arts.
Whatever you do, don't let me draw a bunch of dicks on the screen. I don't wanna. I
Yeah.
don't want to get banned.
Yeah, we got to keep you in control because you're streaming and not in private.
I don't know what you're talking about.
So, without further ado, we will begin Winter Everlasting. Cold. The bitter cold is all that has been known in the region for coming on 3 years by now. The passage of time has been hard to tell, with the sun disappearing in the second year, replaced by endless auroras. People say a deep slumbering evil once trapped has been freed to spread its frigid embrace to all who dare remain. The desire to be left be, the rise of a long-dead empire, the threat from underneath. The region is trapped on 3 sides by terror, and so, through vote by the 10 leaders of the region, a call for heroes has been made to save the land from never-ending winter and the silvery mists that herald its arrival. We begin in a wagon pulled by the too precise movement of mechanical horses. The driver outside, a man of clockwork, steam, and elemental power, shrugs off the cold and guides the horses ever on. Mercury, inside the carriage, you sit with 2 individuals. One having handed you a letter saying it was from a dear friend that, sadly, you would not remember. One sits with a silvery mask, the other sits with a mask of a bright smile, overjoyous at meeting someone their father holds in such high regard. Brawl and joyous chorus. Brawl, a stern man of little words, is the leader of the 2 and has called you to action to enter the mists once more, as you have become somewhat of an expert sheerly by surviving. He looks over to you, removing the silver mask from his face, setting it down beside him, leaning forward. Well, you don't look like much.
You don't always have to look like much. It just depends on what you do.
True. Alder is a very thin man at this point. Regardless. We do hate dragging you away from the pleasant life of possible retirement that you thought you had earned, but you're the closest we get to a expert in these matters of dealing with the mists.
It's understandable. I felt like at one point I would have been taken. I just didn't think it would be this soon.
This place feels different according to Father. Usually, when a sphere of dread forms, it is a sudden thing, with all forgetting rather quickly. The place is plunged into whatever chaos the Lord of the Realm dictates, rules are set. This one has been moving slow. The first year was thought to be just a natural occurrence, a long winter. Winter lasting through the spring, summer, fall. Not unexpected, it does happen from time to time. But the second year, the winter stayed, and then one morning the sun didn't rise, replaced with an aurora at each dawn. And now, coming upon a third year, snow of silver. Whatever Lord has taken this region moves slow as the ice itself.
I see. Is that all you can tell me about it? Or
No rules seem to have been established yet, none that we can perceive, unless they're so outlandish and complicated we just can't fathom yet, but whatever Dark Lord has taken over these lands, they're in no rush. In fact, they seem to be somewhat agitated at the wish for hurrying along that the gloom has placed on them. So that does buy you time, at least before rules are set, rules that you know must be obeyed, lest dire consequences happen.
well, not knowing the rules is a big problem. At Glass Lake, I kind of followed the rules accidentally. You know, as you can see, I have a mask on as well. Second place, that was a bit weirder. But at least we still had rules. But they're nothing I can't figure out. I've done it before, I can do it again.
And as you can see, I'm allowed into the region at the moment. Usually my kind aren't allowed in until the sphere has been felled. So the Lord of Dread in this place hasn't sealed the borders yet, at least.
You read my mind. But would you be safe inside if you are inside when they seal it?
Oh, I'd most likely be expelled. That's why my companion here is with me. She's not as pure-blooded as I am, we could say. At this point, the tiefling who has been vibrating in her seat finally gets her chance to speak up. Okay, first off, hello. It is wonderful to meet you. Father speaks about you all the time. You're one of his bestest friends, which is saying a lot because Father does not have a lot of friends. First, can I see the scars? Ooh, can I touch them?
Touching might be a no-go. They're sensitive. But I guess you can see them. And he's wearing a black silk shirt, and he lifts it off to expose the two silver scars that he has on his body. The one coming from his left shoulder all the way down to below his rib cage, looking like it nearly split him in half, and another one on his right side, also going halfway through, but horizontally. I still feel him every day.
Ooh. Oh man, those really hurt.
Yeah, they did, especially at the time that I got them.
Anyway, Bro will be getting out soon. He doesn't want to find out what happens if he is here when the border's closed, which I can understand. But I get to go with you because I'm not like them yet.
So,
Yet.
Seemingly matching the tiefling's excitement, Mercury's shadow starts waving at her excitedly.
Dad said your shadow was funny. Oh man, this is gonna be fun.
Oh, don't get him started.
Too late. She moves across to sit next to you and starts poking at the shadow as Brawl replaces the silver mask on his face. It has
The
been
shadow.
fun watching you two. I'm sorry for leaving you with her. Not really, because that means she's not home.
The shadow pokes back. She realizes she can actually physically feel it. But Mercury kind of rolls his eyes, even though you can't see his pupils. I'll take care of her.
Oh, don't worry about her. She'll live far longer than you will. Trust me. She's very resilient.
Going back to
Brawl opens up his. This.
to say, going back to their father, or well, him saying, going back to your father, it pains me to say that I can't really remember him. I'm assuming it's that muddy figure from Glass Lake, but that's the best assumption I can make.
Well, that's the best I can give you. Well, with that, I really must be off. He pulls out a red book from a satchel, opens it up, looks to you once more. Good luck. With that, he vanishes in a cloud of silver smoke.
I don't need
Make
luck.
a wisdom
I
saving
have
throw,
weapons.
please.
Because I don't need luck. I have weapons. 12. Oh shit, that's Baxter. Hold on. I am dumb.
Update your sheet, you fool! You've been sitting in here for how long?
How dare
mean I'm
you?
smart.
On this night, I want everything to be perfect.
That doesn't mean I'm smart.
I'm kidding. Anyway, remind me which image I am using for showing everybody who you are.
Oh my goodness. Like the character image, you can use the one where he has the shadow.
Okay. All right.
Uh,
Oh boy, that's a
Oh my
chunky
goodness.
picture. That's a chunky picture. Okay.
yeah, sorry.
That's all good.
Oh no.
Sometimes it be like that.
Why is it not giving me the option?
Eh?
Too many markers.
I apparently have 3.
Too many markers.
Hold on, let me look at this. Okay, I have 2. I have the main one and this one, but it's not giving me this one.
Do you want me to roll it on your D&D Beyond sheet?
I'll figure this out.
technical difficulty.
It's so weird to hear you
Yes.
talking and not have it be connected to Baxter.
Right?
So weird. I'm sorry, it's just uncanny for me because I got so used to Baxter. Okay. I'll adjust, I promise.
Eventually,
Me-
one day, oh god, frame breaking.
Let me try import. Ah, there we go.
Awesome. Now, roll that wisdom save.
Okay. There we go, 10.
10. As Brawl disappears, you're left with the only person you've been traveling with this entire time since you left your village. All memory of Brawl forgotten. Joy's chorus at your side. Feels weird, doesn't it?
What does?
Exactly. Anyway,
He he turns to look at her and goes, I fucking hate this shit.
right? Oh, it was so freaky the first few weeks I was living there. But enough about that. It'll break your brain. Trust me. You can call me Joy or JC. Joy, of course, is my real name. JC is what my siblings call me. Joy is what my friends call me, so you can call me Joy because I know we're going to be friends.
All right, I'll call you Joy.
Awesome.
And I'm sure you know my name by now, if your father has spoken much of me.
Mercury,
That's the death flag.
that spider, the quiet one, several names. But anyway, I do believe we are pulling up at town. She speaks, sure enough, outside the windows, the walls of a city approach, pass through the gates. Eventually, you stop at the leader of the town's house. As you step out, please describe yourself and name yourself for the people in the stream.
Oh, me?
Is you?
Okay. So Mercury is an Arachnidus character. What was his height? I keep forgetting his height. I think it's just 5 foot. Yes, he's 5 foot. He's a Black Widow type Arachnidus. And he always wears a Kitsune mask. He's got reddish hair. My goodness, I'm terrible at describing characters, aren't I?
It's okay, we also have
But-
visual aid.
Yes. He does have a shadow that is sentient after the events of his first adventure dealing with the mists. He is either very helpful or very mischievous, and we have no control over what he decides to do. But he can be felt. And he's got those 2 silver scars from encounters with beasts, mostly that have those mirrored masks. So when anybody that approaches him has mirrored masks, he kind of jumps a bit. He's got the PTSDs from it. But yet he still feels like it's somewhat of a duty of his now, after experiencing the mists a couple of times, that it's calling to him. Basically, as if he's one of the people responsible to take care of it and end it all. That's the best I got.
Octavia,
Ooh.
some time ago you received word that one of your side projects had been underperforming. And as the time went on, the reports got worse and worse, with at first acceptable excuses, a long winter, which, while a natural event, would put a damper on things with a winter that did not end. Then the reports started getting stranger. The sun stopped coming up. Silver snow started falling. Strange reports from other towns around the lakes. Until it got to a point you felt you had to come investigate yourself to make sure your investments were being paid back on. Currently, you are in your office as your secretary, Cecilia, enters with another stack of paperwork with the profits, costs, and complaints involved in the business. Ms. Roth, here's the next set of paperwork for you.
Thank you. Could you also fetch me another cup of coffee, please?
Indeed. We are very sorry that you had to come all the way out here yourself. We thought things would get better. Usually a long winter. The next year is a especially warm one, but, well, you've seen outside. Motions towards the window where it should be noon, but it is dark out with nothing but silvery, purple, green auroras racing across the sky.
Well, I do have quite a view out my window here. It isn't exactly what one would call spectacular. But seeing it for myself, I realize it's not really on any of you that all of this has gone pear-shaped. Gets up from her seat. So tell me, has there been any word from Trogoth? Has he sent any missives asking why I'm out here?
As of yet, no.
Good. I'd like to keep it that way. Just tell him that I'm inspecting some more reports regarding the interruption in the supply of the fish. I imagine he might hear some words from his actual suppliers further down the road. All those tinkerers and all this. Ugh. Honestly, dealing with dwarven craftsmen is one of the most infuriating things, especially when they work on such tiny, fiddly little things that end up breaking rather easily on weapons, of all things. Regardless, must make do with what we have. Any word yet on that group that was supposed to be going out? I remember there being some word about an expert being brought in.
Yes, Miss Firemain, Astrid was calling in. Well, it's a little weird. It seems more like they approached her and suggested this expert. We're not really sure who this expert is, to be honest. I'm not really sure how one would be an expert in not ending winter.
Well, perhaps they're a druid of some kind. Who knows? Regardless, thank you, Cecilia, darling. Just leave those papers on my desk. I'll attend to them later. As for me, I think I'm going to go out for a somewhat brisk walk. I've been sitting in here all day, or night, or whatever damn time it is.
He uses her agility to move between the stacks of paperwork to avoid knocking anything over, setting down the most recent batch of files down on the desk. As you look out the window, you see a very high-end carriage traveling down the street, drawn by steam and elemental-powered horses.
Would this be our expert, perhaps? Arriving in rather resplendent style. Perhaps I'll go and avail myself of their company. Cecilia, darling.
Yes, Miss Hunt.
Don't work too hard. And also, be sure to clock out an hour early. You've been helping me a rather significant deal, and I don't want you collapsing.
Oh, thank you very much, Miss Rock. It's wonderful working for you.
And it is wonderful to have you working. Thank you. Little shoulder pat as she throws on her coat and makes her way down stairs to the entryway. She's going to go out for a walk. An enthusiastic walk.
As you step out into the snow, please describe and name yourself for the people viewing.
In this windy, frigid cold, out steps Octavia Juventus Pontius Roth, Water Genasi, entrepreneur, acquirer of goods, purveyor of services, investor, and overall profit seeker. Mostly in the realm of average height. Has extremely pale skin. Almost bluish, but also certainly very bluish, right at around her hairline. Her hair flows down, inky black, looking almost as though it's wet at all times. But it is quite dry to the touch. Of course, not in an unhealthy way. She does like to moisturize. Her eyes are also inky dark, small iridescent sheen of blue if you look into them deep enough. And all the light that falls upon her as she walks by lanterns or by candlelight or by any electric lights. Any source of light always shimmers across her as though she's underwater. Shimmering across the rather large canvas surface area that is her top. As that is a feature that cannot really be looked around at this particular time. But she makes do and tries not to mind it too much when people stare a little too long. And she is currently dressed in all winter gear, pulling on her very nice, kind of last minute acquisition snow boots. Magical, of course. Only the best. Adjusts and fastens her little silver chain for her pocket watch inside her vest pocket. And buttons up and goes about her way toward the resplendent carriage and the steam-powered elemental horses.
It also put an image of the carriage and horses in the NPC section for you.
Ooh. So this is the carriage that I'm approaching. Very neato. I love it. And I love the frilly little cravat on that human figure there. What? Oh, those things are so weird and stiff looking. Little top hat. Very nice.
If I can click to read. As you approach the wagon, if you would, Octavia, make me a history check.
Ooh, boy. Alright.
I know.
First roll
That's the-
of the... First roll
That's the
by,
most-
by me. Oh, boy.
It's the most luxurious carriage Mercury has ever been in and probably will ever be in.
Alright. Let me just... There we go. Just want to include the character sheet so people can see the rolls. I should have prepared that earlier, but I'm a dingus. Do.
Oh no. Oh, genius. I love you, frog. Love you, frog.
I'm a ding dong, but it happens. Also, I now have to.
So many things to juggle on your screen.
It's true.
We overworked you so terribly. So mistreated.
Okay, and you wanted me to do a history check. Alrighty, here we go. History. Hey, dirty 22. It was so close to a nat 1. I was scared there for a second. I thought that was gonna be what set the tone for the whole entire thing. Ooh boy, am I glad it's not.
As
Shadow
you
can't reach
approach
you
the- As you approach the carriage and take a look at the horses, you notice the symbol on the flanks of each horse is the marking of the Grand Daunt Bank. The financial powerhouse of the Duodam Empire, a nation run by tieflings and Azimuth.
Huh.
The head of the bank, one Leland Gaunt, is said to be, in secret, the Lord of Greed himself.
Curious. even more enthusiastic. And I will go ahead and walk over to the place where the carriage has stopped and parked in front of.
Has stopped in front of one Astrid Firemane's domain, the current leader of the town of Targos.
Hmm.
The
What
one,
does
in
the
fact,
se-
who
What does the security situation look like?
for the carriage, simply the driver standing at the door ready to open it as needed. In front of the house, 2 guards, heavy furs, full face covering masks, helms, pikes, shields. They do regard you as you inspect the carriage. One does step forward. Oh there. Oh, you're the Miss Ruff, the fish merchant. Yeah?
Among many other things, but yes. I'm sorry, I couldn't let such a magnificent, resplendent machine such as this go, well, unobserved. I could see it from my window. It was rather stunning to see it rolling down the street.
Some is a fancy carriage. What would the fancy get and the fancy girl get gotten out? The inside, it would the Lady Fireman right down. He coughs, lifts up the chainmail covering the bottom part of his face, spits into the snow. In fact, Mrs. Fireman, I believe, was wanting to speak to you as well.
Huh. Normally I would have had her go through Cecilia. I usually like
The
to
little
wake up
the little dear girl. Go.
Yes. My secretary. But I understand. She doesn't always have time to make more formal arrangements. Very well. If I may invite myself in, I would be more than happy to get such a meeting out of the way as soon as possible. Unless I would be interrupting something.
The guards kind of look at each other. You did deliver the thing to the dear girl. What do you mean I delivered? Gave it to you.
Oh my. Was there a failure in communication? Did you mean to send something to me? Well, I'm sorry. I never received anything. I can simply go in and clear up this whole misunderstanding.
Yeah, you head on in. You watch as they begin to pat down pockets.
Don't worry about it. I'm not mad. As she walks by, gives a little finger flick across one of their arms. Thank you so much for passing the message along anyway, even if it is a little late. Opens the door and leads herself in.
As you two head in, the 2 guards begin to argue on who was supposed to deliver the letter and who was supposed to me speaking with the dear girl, and then it devolves into you always make me do the work. No, you make me do the work. Not the brightest bulbs in the bunch.
Ah, dumb gods. Music to my ears. Anyway. Continues to lead her way inside and look around for wherever there might currently be hubbub and hullabaloo.
It does not take terribly long to find hubbub or hullabaloo. The bottom floor is mostly an open plan. Large stone walls above wooden walls. The bottom floor is mostly open with a grand fireplace that runs along the center of the floor. Sitting nearby at a table, you see a very large woman with red hair and green eyes, leaning back in her chair, feet propped up on the table, and in front of her are two figures. One cloaked with darkish, chitinous skin, and the other a tiefling in a black coat who speaks very, very quickly and bubbly before she turns and sees you. Awesome. We have our second volunteer, I believe. Come in.
Volunteer? Oh my, have I been volunteered for something?
Oh, things work out that way. Usually the heroes always show up in the weirdest possible ways and times and circumstances. Anyway, hello, I'm Joyous Chorus. My siblings call me JC. You can call me Joy, my friends call me Joy, and I'm sure we're going to be friends.
Joy, it is truly a pleasure to get to meet you. Though I must say, I'm a little out of sorts, and, see, I wasn't made aware of the fact that I was being sought out.
Well, we have our expert here, and she motions to the figure sitting near the seat she was in. We were made aware of a couple of other people of interest that would be most helpful in this endeavor to solve the current problems. And you're one of them, because you're a problem solver, I can tell already.
Well, I am here on business trying to solve problems of my own. Though if it's connected to what I think it is, this may be killing two birds with one stone. I imagine it
Two
has
dragons
something
with one
to do
ballista.
or that. That is another one of those quaint and curious little colloquialisms. So, am I to understand I'm being conscripted, or am I being offered an opportunity to embark upon this journey?
At this point, the large woman sitting at the table who has been rubbing her temple. And if the over ambitious tiefling would have a seat and let me speak with my guest, you would think that she ran this town. Miss Roth, I apologize. Would you please have a seat so I can speak with you?
Oh, certainly. Takes a seat.
Miss Roth? Mercury. Not sure of any last names, first names, just Mercury. Apparently he's an expert in what's going on here. Mercury. Miss Roth, one of our, well, she keeps companies running, which we greatly appreciate. The business she has brought into town has been a very large boon until the last couple of years when the weather decided to try to kill us all. Mr. Roth, what I needed to speak with you about was, well, it does pertain your companies, for the most part.
Hmm. Indeed.
As you've seen, the never-ending snowstorm outside has made it rather hard for fishing boats to get out. The lake top is getting smaller and smaller every day, and the mages are having a time keeping the ice cracked. As it currently stands, boats have to be hauled a quarter mile on rails to make it to water to fish. Whatever's happening here, if it doesn't end soon, will freeze the top of the lake solid, and we are all, to put it extremely bluntly, because I don't have time for civilities, we are all screwed in the worst possible way if the lake is not thawed soon.
Indeed. I would actually put quite the damper on my enterprises. I need the ice to not bar access to the fish. Well, it's just as well that we have an expert with us today. How fortuitous.
So, Mr. Expert, the large woman turns to you, Mercury. If you would be so kind as to tell us of your expertise in dealing with whatever the hell this is going on here.
From what I was told, the winter, it started slowly. But what they'd seen was mist rolling in, and that's exactly why they called me in. I wouldn't exactly say I'm an expert in a scholar type of way. More like I'd survived a few. What we're dealing
Roy
with...
pipes in. He survived more of these things than pretty much anyone else. So that does make him an expert on getting out of them.
Indeed, I'm feeling all better about this already. So please do continue.
Well, to put it bluntly, it's the gloom at work. Something has happened to where they wanted to take over this place. Don't exactly know what, as I can't always tell right from the bat. But I also know that there's different entities that deal with it, or that are the gloom. So it'd be fun to find out which one we come across. I was also told that there are no rules of this place so far, and that's a problem. Because once we understand the rules, we can survive.
Astrid sits back in her seat, mouth open a little bit before she slowly puts a hand over her face. This sounds like drunken tavern talk.
I've been in a drunken tavern before. You're not wrong. But everything I've said is true. At least from the places that I've experienced. So the first thing we'll have to do is figure out what rules this place has set upon us.
So far that we know nothing what you've... 2 years ago we experienced a long winter. The sun still rose, so we managed to get by. Last year, the sun stopped rising. The auroras took the place of the daytime. We're a few months out from the third year of this. spring is coming, and there's no sign of the winter letting up. The only thing that's changed this time is the occasional silver snow. There's been no declaration of some boogeyman in the cold. I
There will be one. I was told that they're working slow this time around, which confuses me too. But mentioning that there's silver snow is all the proof I need that they're coming. And pretty soon, this place might get sealed off. Once it's sealed off, that winter's never going to end.
I'm sorry, who informed you of this? You said someone told you about how someone or something is moving slowly? Care to expound upon that?
So, out of character because my memory is awful. That was the tiefling, wasn't it?
yes.
Okay. Uh, yeah, he points over to Joy, the friendly one.
That'd be me.
Hmm. And how, pray tell, did you acquire the information about the pace at which these this gloom is currently working?
That would be from my father. Wonderful guy. Well, adoptive father, but well, he's the only father I've ever known, so he's dad. He has a good nose for these things, has connections, and
Hmm.
he said this was the next Spear of Dread. And because it was moving so slow, he was hoping we could get a head start on things and try to sort things out before everything went all murdery and horrible.
Hmm. Interesting.
I know, right? We're at the edge of the precipice. Do we jump in? Do we wait to see if something stares back? Who knows? That's the best part about all of this. We don't know anything, but we know some. I know that doesn't make any sense. Oh, if only Brawl was here. He's better at explaining these things, but he didn't want to see what would happen if he was here when the place was locked down.
All right. A small backtrack. Sphere of Dread, you said?
Mm, one of my favorite subjects, although, again, my brother's better at explaining these things. He's very bookish. Or Delzel. Delzel would have been perfect to be here. He's great at this sort of thing. But he's currently dealing with another sphere that was broken, doing reintegration. Don't ask. Anyway, yes, a sphere of dread, a once prison for some horrible creature, where the horrible creature is now the one in charge.
I see. Hmm. Turns back to Astrid. And I'm being asked to get involved in this because. Remind me one more time?
Apparently, you being here is according to plan, according to them, which he points to Joy.
According to. I see. All right. Very well.
Out
Though
of
I
character,
don't
do you want me?
Eh?
Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
I was gonna say, do you want me to replay howling blizzard sounds and put it
No,
on
it's
loop?
okay. It's okay. I got him.
You
I
Well,
got
got
okay.
I got that track
well,
moving on my own for my stream, so
well,
you
I was gonna
guys don't
say
have to worry.
I can't hear it on my end because I've had to mute your stream so I don't hear
Um,
myself talking.
Yeah. Yeah. So you don't have echoes. Echoes, echoes, echoes.
But I also don't have the wind. Oh well, it's fine.
I got you. I got you. It's thinking. It's thinking. It's thunk.
And it
Awesome. 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 Anyway, Astrid looks across to you, Octavia. I don't really know what to say. This joyous chorus apparently believes you're involved. Not in the badness of it, but somehow involved in making it better.
I haven't even the foggiest, but I suppose I'll do my best, so long as it doesn't, well, cause any excessive delays to my own remedying my current business situation.
Oh. Joy pipes up again. That's the best part. The sooner we get things taken care of, the sooner the lake thaws, spring arrives, flowers bloom, everybody's happy. Dad always said heroes just kind of pop up where they're needed. And you just happened to be here when we needed heroes.
Indeed. I'm not one for this conspiratorial business, but, well, if I can be of assistance, is there some sort of, is there some sort of compensation at the end of this? Just an offward musing, just an errant thought.
Joy looks to you. Well, adventurers always find a lot of shiny things and a lot of coin, and then Astrid cuts her off. Miss Roth, the town will compensate you for your time. I'll see to it that operation taxes on your boats are lowered for 2 years.
Make it 3 and you have a deal.
Three, but you agree to fortify our food supplies until spring arrives.
Of course, from our reserves.
We have a deal. I'll have the papers drawn up and sent to your secretary. It'll be on your desk by noon.
Oh, speaking on that, you may want to rely on someone other than the 2 gentlemen I met at the door. They never managed to get it sent to me, a formal invite I was apparently meant to receive.
You never receive.
No.
This is why they say don't hire relatives. They'll be replaced. I apologize.
Oh, no. I would just advise maybe perhaps adding to your staff maybe someone who's perhaps a little
Brighter.
more plucky.
I know who they are. Nephews, they're both idiots. I swear they've got frostbite in their brains.
Well, if they haven't clobbered themselves to death, I think they might still be at the door. But again, that is entirely for you to deal with. I don't meddle in family affairs. So,
Say
do we
the
have a
doors.
launch day for this particular enterprise?
As you say, the front doors burst open. One of the guards from outside comes in. Something weird's happening with the sky.
Son of a bitch.
Mercury immediately goes up, not even caring about what anybody else is going to say to him. He's going outside.
Joy unbuttons her jacket, taking it off, twirling it around her shoulders, flipping it inside out until a bright, colorful jacket is draped over her shoulders. It's started. I'm excited.
You're
She quickly runs outside.
excited. Something hardly to be excited about.
Mercury, your shadow, is falling behind, shaking his head, pointing towards Joy and making small circular motions with his finger next to his head. What's Octavia's passive perception?
Octavia's
15?
passive or something? I think
15.
yes, 15.
As you are watching this happen, you notice the spider's shadow does not quite move in time with him.
Huh.
If you look close enough, you might even see eyes. Or you swear you can see eyes.
Curious. Turns to look at Astrid, see if she has any kind of reaction to the shadow.
She does not. She's picking up a very large sword from above the fireplace mantle, packing it over her shoulder and rushing out the door.
Well. And me, I left my tools at home. Follows behind.
Outside, you see many of the townsfolk are gathered, all looking up at the aurora. And at what's behind the aurora. Have you ever seen a bubble freeze?
Yes. I've actually done bubble freezing. That's one winter.
I've seen them, but I've not done them.
As you step outside, you see a shine on the sky. And slowly, as if standing inside of a bubble, you watch that shine freeze. Far, far in the distance, you begin to see silvery mists rising. I'm not quite sure how far they extend. It looks like the entirety of the valley has been surrounded.
I think it was waiting for me.
Well, I don't want to be caught completely with my, proverbial pants down. I'm going to go back to my office and grab something I left behind. Give me but a moment.
Yep, I would suggest hurrying up Whoever is running this place has put us on lockdown, and I'm still here. Awesome. That means I get to help. Not directly, that's still against the rules, but indirectly, through motivation and information if I have it.
Well, I think one thing, I think the reason why they went slow is they were trying to coax me out, which means they might have a target on my head. It's about time.
Could be, but that's rating a lot of importance on yourself. But who knows? Maybe they just got tired of you getting away. Anyway, Miss Roth, if you would go gather your things. We still have another person to gather, but I don't think they're in town at the moment.
And duly noted. Are we going to go traipsing off out into the wastes? Should I pack heavier for that?
No, actually, our last stop to see if she is in town, uh, uh, I could see you're a lady of class, Miss Roth, so I will put this as not delicate as I can. We gotta go to a brothel.
Ah,
Oh, great.
well, it is the oldest and, I suppose, first profession. Very well. They always try and get me to work there whenever I pass by. Degenerates.
I do believe the place is called the Frosted Buckle. Uh, formerly the, and Astrid chimes in, formerly the Frosted Buckler Inn, until Aubrey took it over. Actually, that does remind me.
Octavia makes her way back to her office and is going for her her instrument.
As you enter, you see Cecilia looking out the window, and as you enter, she looks to you. Miss Roth, are we going to be okay?
Cecilia, darling, you're going to be just fine, I promise. Puts her hands on her shoulders. But I'm going to need you to start managing efforts of distribution of our reserve foods to the town. Since we are now currently apparently under some sort of magical lockdown. So there won't be anything new coming in. So you need to follow our old ration plan when we started talking about these delays at first and how it affected the town. I need you to do that again now. Make sure that everyone gets the food that they need, but also make sure that we have enough to last. Okay? And also, Astrid made an agreement for a 3-year tax, well, a 3-year tax agreement if we do this. I will see if I can renegotiate when we come back to the table and see if we can get 4 years, but regardless. Just do your best. Tune up, remember? Proper business lady never looks down at her feet.
Of course. Yes, ma'am.
Alright.
I'll make sure everything is running smoothly while you're out.
And that is why you are my favorite. Thank you. Goes back to her office, and from just behind her desk is this little stand with a rather simple-looking wooden flute, which she reaches over, picks it up, and twirls it a little bit. Then she goes over to the closet and takes out her emergency, I need to run because I have people after me bag. And she just kind of slips the flute in there, takes the whole bag, hoists it over her shoulder, and has to adjust the strap, of course, because she doesn't want it cutting and digging straight into the the front.
The surface
And,
area.
Yeah, the massive canvas. And she, once she has everything all set, she makes her way down, gives a little nose boop to Cecilia, and then makes her way out. Heading off to the Frosted Buckle Inn. All the while going, why would you call it the Frosted Buckle? Doesn't that make it sound like the buckle gets stuck? That doesn't make any sense. I've never understood that name change.
As you approach, you see Joy hopping kind of like a kid in deep snow, one leg at a time, making large jumps, seemingly enjoying herself in this frigid waste. Doesn't seem like a lot gets her down. At her side, Mercury. Astrid does not seem to be with them at the moment. Miss Roth, can I call you Octavia? Miss Roth sounds too formal, and we should be friends.
People typically earn that particular privilege.
Gotcha. So, Miss Roth, until I earn it. Gotcha.
Well, at least I know the etiquette now, as well.
Astrid walks really fast through the deep snow. She is in there talking to Aubrey Fresta. Weird name. Fresta.
Yes, Aubrey. Again, she always asks if I'm willing to join up and maybe make some money on the side. Having to tell her no. Bloody. Alright, on we go.
As you approach the once inn turned brothel, you see the large sign hanging from the front, a shield that had been painted with the words, "The Frosted Buckler Inn." But the R and N have been called out, leaving just the Frosted Buckle.
Remember,
Joy.
Octavia, breathe. Don't curse anyone. Just breathe. Pretend they aren't bothering you.
Joy marches in happily, tail swishing back and forth, seeming to clear a path for you all. The inside is a lot more subdued than you remember the last time Aubrey had you here. Much more almost cozy feeling. The regular loud talking, loud music, laughter is replaced with more subdued comfort. With the
That's
winter
great.
lasting so long, it seems that the working men, women, and other have moved more from entertaining and on to offering someone warm to curl up with and to listen in these rather trying times.
Holds up, Frog. Perhaps I can interest you in Frog in these trying times. Alright, listen for the sounds of either a fight about to break out or someone doing their best to hold it in, and there will be all. And Astrid, where are they? Looking around.
I would like both of you to give me a perception check quickly, if you would please.
I have a 14.
Check is not spelled with a 3.
Are you sure?
Dirty 20.
30. Mercury, you're the first to spot Astrid emerging from a back room. She begins to look around before seeing you and giving a wave over.
Mercury will nudge Octavia and just, she's over there.
Ah, glorious, thank you.
And he approaches.
As you begin to head back, you get stopped by, where's my sheet? Where's my sheet? As you begin to head back, you get stopped by a rather strange looking individual. Their species not entirely quite understood or known very well. From her feet up to around her waist, and judging by the tail, she looks to be snow leopard. But the hands and head are that of a cardinal, almost like a bipedal griffin.
Huh.
Hello, Miss Roth. I was told if I ever saw you coming in, I was to immediately bring you to, Madame Frost. Are you here to take her up on her offer? Oh, in case you don't remember, I'm Hattie. I usually run the front desk, but I was, supposed to meet you at the front door, but you're already here. Sorry.
She just glowers at her.
Sorry?
I will go and speak with her. Thank you. Walks right on past.
You pass, you hear a big, she's scary.
Out of character, I protect her with my life.
Sweet baby. Also out of
had to-
character. I wouldn't hurt her ever, but in character, oh boy, do I like making her shiver in her boots.
Hattie is of the Featherin race. They are bipedal griffins without wings. Their bottom halves are of some type of cat, lion, tiger, leopard, serval, house cat. Their upper part is either some sort of eagle or falcon or raven or jay or cardinal or pigeon in some cases. Seems the combination usually leads to their personality, with Hattie being a little jumpy, very fluffy from her snow leopard half, and a little twitchy and very spastic with her cardinal half. So she's a bundle of nerves. How she ended up working in a brothel is beyond anyone's guess, but here she is. She works the front desk. as you all pass the now shaken and heading back to her station, Hattie looks back to you all. If anyone looks back, I would like an insight check. But only if you think your character would take a look back at the small, strange girl.
Hmm.
Like Mercury would. He's always aware of his surroundings. Dirty 20.
Octavia would not. She is focused. She's dialed in on the next problem she's about to go and handle.
And a dirty 20. The shadow's setting you up for a fall. I feel it in my bones. Deep in bones.
I do too.
As you do take a quick glance back to Hattie, you see the cheerfulness fade. A bit of sadness creeps across her face as she climbs back up on her stool behind the front desk. Astrid meets you all near the back, looks to the three of you, Joy, Mercury, and Octavia. Tell you all right now, be a little delicate with Aubrey. Apparently one of her girls passed recently, and she's pissed.
I will attempt to be more diplomatic than usual.
If I must.
Yeah, I'm only giving you that warning mostly because I don't want to have to probably a healer. So play nice, please. Always very protective of her girls, and one of them didn't make it through the night.
Natural
She steps
causes, or
aside.
was it natural causes, or was it one of the louts going a little too far?
You'll have to ask her. I'm not gonna third party this. I'll meet you all back at my place once this is over. I have paperwork to draw up for you, Miss No.
Very well. Thank you. Remember, you're not here to curse anyone, Octavia. Remember, you are in control. Just breathe. Don't kill anyone. Alright, let's go. Walks in.
Enter. The room is dark, a little smoky from the ever-present cigar that Aubrey never seems to smoke, but always seems to have on hand. She is over at a small bar pouring herself what looks like one of many drinks that she's had when she turns and sees you all. She is an older human woman, pale-ish skin, her hair black with streaks of gray, crow's feet beginning to appear around her eyes and the corners of her mouth. She does wear a very practiced, always there smile to hide whatever is currently going through her mind. She's currently wearing a large frost wolf pelt around her neck. What do you call it? A not shawl, stole.
Mm.
Frost wolf pelt stole around her neck with a very immodestly cut, but not vulgar, red dress. Think Virgin Killer cut if you need a visual.
Yeah.
She sees you all, especially you, Octavia. Oh, Please come in, have a seat. I have things I wish to ask of you.
Long as it's about the business that's currently going on, what with this change in the skies, I'm happy to discuss it, ever as always.
Would you mind if I let my hair down for this conversation?
Of course, go ahead.
She finishes off her drink in one go, reaches up, pulls out a pair of icicle-looking hairpins from her hair, steps out of her high-heeled shoes, stretches her toes in the fur rug on the floor before turning and beginning to walk to her desk. Every step she takes, the floorboard creaks with more and more protest as Aubrey Fresta grows, her body filling out the once loose dress until it is tightly clung to her. White fur begins to push out across her skin, her face pushing out until across from you sits Aubrey in her more natural state, that of a were-polar bear. Feels better to let things out.
Honestly, I don't know why you don't market more of this. I'm sure you'd be able to garner quite a bit of business. Warm, snuggly fur and whatnot.
With as cold as it's been lately, my fluffier girls have been getting all the attention. We've shifted more away from the vivacious and more to the comforting. A lot of the fishermen who are out during the frigid days like to have a warm bowl of stew and a warm body to sit with and let warm their bones. Honestly, it's been rather good for business, this frost, but this frost must end. So, I hear that you all are supposedly going to look into what is causing this.
You are correct. It appears that there's some sort of actual apparatus at work here. Some sort of conscious effort. I'm not entirely certain on the details, however, we have our precious expert here. As she
Please don't call me
gestures.
precious.
Good, she says as she grips the table, digging her claws into the desk. Because I want someone to pay. One of my girls last night didn't make it home. Kimmy. You might remember her. Snow hair, Harangon, wore the ribbons on the tips of her ears.
Oh. She was always one of the first ones to offer me a drink whenever I did have business coming in here.
Left out at night and didn't show up for her shift, and that never happens. Kimmy is always on time. We sent out people to look, and they only found her because the ribbons on her ears were sticking out of the snow. They found her several blocks from her house going in the wrong direction. Now that does not happen. Kimmy could have been warned. She could have found her way home blindfolded in this mess. So something got her off Something made her lose her way. And I want whatever that is dead. Mr. Ralph, I make no pretend that me and you are friends. You have made yourself clear numerous times that you would rather not get involved in my business. Why that is, I don't know. I don't care. You've made it clear. But I am willing to pay a bounty for whoever did this to be brought to justice. I will not let another of my girls freeze to death, lost, scared, and alone.
Have you angered somebody recently?
Keep my girls and boys service see us as a very valuable pastime, you could say. We are very well respected, very well within the lines of the law. We do not have anyone who brings up any issue here because of my girl Lash. She deals with our troublemakers. She's not here at the moment. Kimmy's death has affected her a bit more than usual, since she is our protector. When she returns, she will be going with you. I want her, Lash, to take a pound of flesh from whoever harmed Kimmy.
I wanted to ask because the gloom, it's attracted to people with a lot of potential, a lot of power. And if there's an advisor involved, it could have reached out to somebody.
There's been no one new in or out of this town for the past several months except for Miss Rolfe here due to the weather. No one wants to make their way up to this frozen hellhole unless they have a very good reason.
You want us to find who or whatever may possibly have taken the life of your sweet little bunny. Very well. I don't see any reason why not. Especially if we are magically trapped in here. Threats need to be removed before they can imperil anyone and everyone else. So, a deal, perhaps. While a bounty is nice, investment is nicer. For me, at least. Now, I have made it no secret I don't want to work as one of your girls. Like you asked me the first time, or the second time, or the third time. But I would be more than happy to be an investor and perhaps provide more food services that you'd be able to branch out and grow into other areas. Enhance the comfort of the establishment, perhaps. Hell, I might even come by and offer my own culinary services.
Ooh. What? That's what it would bring in customers. So what are your terms, Miss Rolfe?
The agreement that you will stop asking me to become one of your girls. Again, 3 times being asked was plenty enough for me. And let's say 24% investment for monthly returns, of course. Or quarterly, if that's better for you. I will more than happily advertise. I will advertise for all services I may help bring to your establishment. And of course, I would be more than happy to finance repairs, replacements, maybe an entire remodeling. What do you say?
And 4% on monthly. You are offering quite some interesting perks there. If it'll get you on board to finding and punishing whoever led to Kimmy's death, then sure. 24% of the monthly earnings of me and my girls. In exchange for your patronage. And for vengeance.
Remodeling, rebuilding. I'll do what I can to throw coin where it needs to go to get this place spick and span. And with that, I will be sure to have Cecilia come by and bring a more formal contract for you to sign later. Meanwhile, I think I will avail myself to an enthusiastic walk down toward the last place she was seen.
As for where Lash is, I'm not entirely sure. The girl is a little headstrong. Her sense of justice it's the better of her. And out of DM mode, this Lash would be our missing Zab.
Yeah. But that's it.
So that is the explanation for why they are not here.
Yeah.
They got a little carried away and wandered off. I would suggest making your ways to the markets, preparing yourselves for wherever it is you're going to be sent. I believe Astrid had a list of troubles from the other towns that could possibly, maybe, line up with what's going on here. It seems like whatever's been happening over the past couple of months has been causing issues in the surrounding towns. Troubles that we've never dealt with before have been cropping up.
Duly noted. We are following her around as it is, getting ourselves ready for the undertaking, though I have already lost track what time of day it is. All this gloom. Can't tell where the damn what it is outside. Morning, evening.
As far as we've been able to tell, when the auroras are green, it's morning. When they're blue, it's around noon. When they begin to turn purple, it's evening.
Little peek out the window.
Bluish, leaning more to purple, so getting close to evening.
Take out the pocket watch from my pocket. Check the time and kind of readjust it to something vaguely afternoonish.
Watch reads about 5 p.m.
Good. Put it into the pocket again. And we will most certainly keep an eye out and our ears to the ground for anything that might suggest, well,
As you
aggressive parties.
as you all sit there, Octavia, now you very much notice the shadow as a shadowy silhouette of Mercury appears on the wall behind Aubrey, making an hourglass shape with his hands, pointing at the bear woman.
Her eyebrow, just one, just her left eyebrow goes up, and her lips kind of purse. Right.
Mercury, your shadow is being your shadow.
Being inappropriate.
Being inappropriate.
Yeah.
Joy can't help but try to fight back a giggle as Aubrey stands and moves around the table moves around her desk to give you a handshake, Octavia.
Despite the fact that her paw is probably absolutely effing huge compared to my normal human-sized hand.
She takes it very delicately between her thumb and forefinger. She is a bit over 9 feet tall and very broad and thick.
It will be a pleasure to do business with you.
Have your girls send the paperwork over and I will get them signed.
Absolutely. And on a personal note, I know that we have had our we've had our little tips, but I do very much respect you as a businesswoman. So you have my word that I will make who or whatever took one of yours away from me.
We appreciate it. Just make sure Latch gets to take the pound of flesh I don't.
Will do, if we happen to see her.
If you happen to see her. As she turns to go back around her desk, you see Joy stand up, walk over quickly, and rather forwardly just hugs into the bear. I've been fighting to hold this off for so long, you're so fluffy.
Oh, do be careful. She does like to hug back, and she does crack bones when she's in this particular shape.
It's about this time that
Octavian rolls her eyes a little bit with a smile. She's enthusiastic, this one. Anyway.
It's about this time Mercury realizes his shadow is actually moving and just swats away at it to get it to stop.
It reaches up to where you imagine the eyes should be until the eyes form, and you get the sensation it is using a finger to pull down one of the eyelids and sticking a tongue out at you.
Oh, you behave. This meeting seems more formal than the royal court of the Strigoi, which I know isn't exactly formal, but behave.
Oh, no, it's not formality at all. It's just
Business.
Aubrey and I have understandings about things that we are both willing and not willing to do. But that doesn't mean we can't have a cordial.
Oh no! If you're prim and proper, you're out of character. I already forgot the word. Formal.
Oh, the Strigoi. Tavia would end up as a queen to them. Quickly.
Well,
Aubrey takes.
we'll be back, Aubrey. Have a lovely evening. And do be sure to expect someone to come by dropping off some extra food supplies. I already made an agreement with Astrid. I think Cecilia may send over some of my cannery employees, and they'll bring over extra stuff.
I just got some word from Sab. His brother showed up to tag him out. He is on his way home. He will be there in 15 minutes. So 15 to 30 minutes, maybe he'll be logging in.
Hey!
All right, we can stall for that long.
Yeah.
We can stop for that long.
Yeah, and besides, by the time he gets in, it'll only be like halfway through my normal stream time.
Indeed.
So,
Nice.
boom, we're good. He's all good.
He's all good.
Also out of character. I also want to hug the bear. I always play characters that don't align with me.
So you probably.
That is a me problem.
Aubrey sticks a hand between her and Joy and dries her off. That one's free. Next time I charge. Joy walks by and gives a little fist bump. Worth it.
Oh, for free? Absolutely. That's far more than worth it. She is, after all, the most expensive one here.
Oh, I imagine. She's so fluffy. Oh my god. Anyway, so, back to Astrid then. Shopping work, and perhaps we'll run into her Lash lady.
Indeed. And
As
off
you-
we go.
As you all leave the office, you do hear a quick calling out from Aubrey. Oh, and Spider Boy, watch out for Delsa. Before Joy shuts the door and ushers you all along.
He turns to like because it caught his attention, but only hears half of it. Watch out for who?
Perception
And why?
check, Spider Boy.
Oh boy. 19. I am writing that.
As
And
you
I
all
think
begin
Shadow
to-
wants to know too.
As you all begin to make your way through the tavern, turned comfort center, Mercury, from below, you feel malice.
Wouldn't be the first time.
I'm gonna post this in NPCs. Try not to squeal,
What?
Jake.
If I will squeal, I'll mute myself. So that I can squeal in peace.
Oh,
The upper
goodness
right is what you
gracious.
look. The upper right is what you look down at. Looking back
can't-
up at you.
I can't squeal in peace. I love her.
You see a small pink Strider in a maid dress. The back legs of her spider body raise up and begin waving side to side as her cheeks poof out, her lips purse, and you hear as she kind of scuttles side to side like a jumping spider before launching herself at your face.
Mercury is going to try to catch her.
Athletics or acrobatics? Your choice.
Aquatics.
She's about knee high. A little higher than the spider body is about knee high. The top of her head is close to waist.
13.
13 against.
Shadow's not going to try to stop this at all.
Shadow's not trying to stop this at all. And oh my god, she rolled. You hold out your hands to try to stop her. She bolts past your hands, lands on your head, and you can feel mandibles trying to chew on your head. Give me an insight check, Mercury, and you too, Octavia, if you wish to.
7.
7. She's enthusiastic, whatever she's doing.
Well, I mean, Mercury being a spider knows that if, this is a female trying to eat his head.
Not so good.
That's a good. What'd you get?
12.
But
You're suffocating me.
hold on. Wait. Shoot, your bard. If you wish, you can roll performance.
Oh, perform. Sure. Dirty 20.
Dirty 20. The little side-to-side shuffle with the waving of the back legs, the little humps, and the angry look on her face, that seemed to have been some kind of, this is my territory, back off, Spider Boy, get out of here, nom dance. As she continues to try to gnaw his head off, rather ineffectively.
Listen, I don't know what you're doing, but this is not productive.
You feel the undersides of her fists begin to wrap on the top of her head. My nest, my web, get out. No, mine. Mine. Out.
I'm here on business. I don't intend to take this place over. You're fine.
What business?
Our
I hear-
Elsa's web.
And Octavia is actually going to reach over and she's going to hoist little creature.
No fair.
Come on, you. There is no need for you to get all upset. They're just visiting. You are not under any threat, I promise. Now, off you go.
Cheeks puff up and her lips purse again. This is my territory.
I have my own. You're fine. I promise.
Why are you here?
We were only speaking with, Aubrey. We heard about what happened. So, we had a business arrangement to make. So we'll be following up on what happened. Maybe find whoever is responsible, that sort of thing.
You heard about Kimmy?
Yes, we did.
The flailing of limbs stops, and she lets herself be sat down. Begins to fiddle with the hem of her dress. I'm sorry.
You have nothing to apologize for.
Well, I can assure you, we're going to get to the bottom of it. We're going to figure everything out. And I was actually personally invited here because I know a good deal about how to figure all this stuff out.
He
It is a
pulls out
pleasure
a
to meet
coil.
you.
He pulls
My
out
name
a
is
coil
Richard.
of silk rope and kind of runs it through her hands. I didn't make Kimmy take a rope to find her way in the snow.
Wait, what did she say?
She didn't make Kimmy take a rope to find her way in the snow.
Do you normally give her rope to follow?
Kimmy's good at finding her way in the snow. Some of the other girls aren't. So I give them ropes to tie to the front to find their way back if they start getting lost. And I didn't make Kimmy take one.
Because she's never needed one before.
Mm.
Well, still, I feel like it might be a good idea to start as much as you possibly can, so you can even feel if something starts going wrong. If they're attached to the rope, whatever happens, it'll let you know. Back home, we have an entire array of them all over the place. Nobody gets in or out without our knowing. So, you're doing a good job here.
But this is starting to sound more and more like a deliberate effort by someone or something. So, there is going to be something to be forced to bleed at the end of this.
He hands the rope up to you, Octavia. If you're finding who hurt Kimmy, that means you'll meet Lash. Give this to Lash so she can find her way home.
Very well, I will. And you, it's not very good business to go around attacking me. Just bear that in mind. You wouldn't want to make Aubrey angry now, would you?
Kind of turns to look over her shoulder. He's a spider.
I love the pout.
Well, still, you really don't want to make Aubrey unhappy, especially right now. So,
I do apologize for encroaching on your territory. I know our customs. I apologize. I didn't expect to find another one of my kind here.
Kind of stomps two of the legs on her left side and turns to you, Mercury, not looking up, hands on her dress. So if we're trying to eat your head, gives a bow before scurrying off and up a wall.
You are forgiven. And he returns the bow. He's got a slight smile on his face. He thinks she's just adorable. But not the worst thing he's ever come across, by far. I like her. She seems nice.
See her up in the rafters, kind of looking down at you all.
she's a darling, but, honestly, this is my first time seeing her get territorial. Only she's far more bubbly.
Well, this is also probably your first time seeing her interact with another spider.
True enough. You aren't very common up here. Well then, shall we be on our way?
Yes, if we're certain that there's a physical being because of a death already, then
Sab is firing up the computer, so if everybody would like to take a 15-minute break, get drinks, use restroom, and such, we can meet up with our third player before you leave where they were originally supposed to be met.
Yeah.
So everybody take a break. Get you some coffee, use restrooms, get snacks, and I will see you back here by 8:30.
Yep. And if you don't have to go, at least try, as Mom would always say.
So I will see you all in just a little bit.
Yes.
And with that, I will temporarily mute myself in the Discord. So we do have one of our party members. They will be returning shortly. So, we are going to go ahead and we're going to take a very short break. And, yeah, Lady Belvoir, I do still have that piece. A lot of things have kind of... There have been a lot of things that have happened recently. But I promise I will be tackling comms again very soon. Oh my, you're already back.
I just got here.
Well, I mean, Tom gave us a 15-minute break.
Ah, okay.
So, but good to see you. We happen to be at the brothel, so it will probably be a nice and easy, transitional fix to bring you back in. So, hope you had fun going out for all them drinks. Get your tank on.
I was the designated driver.
Ah, well then, I am sorry that you did not get to get your drink on.
I am actually not really a drinker. I don't like the taste of alcohol.
Well then, I am sorry you were not here for the start of our stream.
I am sorry too.
Nah, it's okay. You were pulled into social interactions. I understand.
Is there anything that I need to be caught up on?
The ball seems to have dropped. We now have a dome forming over us. Things aren't great. We're at the brothel. We found out that someone died in the night just before. And
Mercury got attacked by another spider.
Oh, yeah.
I'm sorry I missed that. Oh, Nibbles gotcha.
So Tom was just like, okay, now don't squeal, and then posted that, and I'm like, I have to.
How can I not squeal? She's so cute.
I mean, I love spiders as, characters. They're one of my favorites, along with mice. And you just can't post that and not have me love it forever.
She is extremely poofy.
Indeed.
I'm going to very quickly dart off to go to El Baño.
Alrighty.
If you guys would be so kind as to, I don't know, converse, catch Lash up on everything that has been going on while I go and powder my face.
Okay.
I also see that my wife is lighting up my little fox in your stream. She's in the background playing League of Legends, and yeah, she gets very spirited.
I don't know how it's lighting up my Fox, because it's not even playing through my microphone.
It's my fox that's getting lit up.
Oh, you said your Fox, so I'm like, oh.
Get to my little my little plush Sab on Silsy's stream.
Yeah. If Mercury redacted, then definitely this spider would be at least to me, would be an interesting mating choice. But I say
Trying to eat your
redacted for
head.
a reason. Yeah, she tried to eat my head. That's very romance.
Yeah, this is what happens whenever you walk onto a female spider's territory.
Mhm.
Ooh. Like, you want to dance? Let's dance. Num 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 num.
It was like getting assaulted by a pillow pet
With fangs.
with fangs.
Ineffective things.
Uh,
But
I
things nonetheless.
love Delsa.
Wait, did you say what her name was?
I did. Did you not hear her name in story yet? Was that a spoiler?
Nope,
The
they
spider.
they caught the very end of it. Aubrey tried to warn the Spider Boy, "Oh, watch out for Dels," before
Also,
they got ushered out of the room.
Okay.
so it's Delsa?
Yep. DELSA.
Oh, okay.
Delsa.
Yep. And anybody of normal height, when they look at her, the upper right picture is what you see looking up at you. Before she leaps at your face hugger style, and tries to eat your head.
I
I
can
get the
tell
feeling. I get the feeling that Everix would be blooping with her bloop 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 bloop.
Yeah.
Evie, what are you doing? That is a predator. She's not a predator. Bloop 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 bloop.
Yeah, Everix definitely would be. like protect this lady at all costs. A plush pink spider in a maid outfit, just pure perfection.
And that little smile she has. Oh my gosh.
Yes, it's so cute.
She is an Arachne, the fanged subrace. The last sentence of their description: extremely territorial in nature. They have each established their own domains, which they defend with great ferocity. AKA, leap on head.
In the description that boss sent me about Delsa is and very bitey.
Very
Yeah,
funny.
yeah. I mean, I'm not complaining.
Mercury might be.
Mercury
going to
didn't
put
exactly
this-
complain. He was just like, please get off. I have
I'm
stuff
going
to
to
do.
put this in NPCs. This is the battle dance of her people.
You wanna go? You wanna go?
Just those side steps.
Leap and
Leap.
nom.
It's very
So
much
is,
this. I'm tiny and going to walk up on you with my arms outstretched. Wanna go? Huh? Wanna go? While looking up at you.
So where do you see the traits about? Because I'm not seeing it in my. Because for my race, I see wolf, jumping, black widow, and phase, which does not
That's
have
Arachnidae. This is the Arachne
arachne.
Strider race. You will not find them on D&D Beyond. They are one of the race options I have put in.
Gotcha.
And if Mercury keeps hanging out unsupervised in Delsa's area, might have to switch his race to headless.
Arachnidus mated. Question mark.
Here, I'll send This will be coming through in just a second for you, Sab and Everett. Sab said it doesn't sit. But if it'll work. Oh god. Please load. My computer. It's done. Such a small image, yet my computer is done. That is what fanged arachnes usually look like. They're fluffy, they're short stacked, they're angry. They're small and angry. As all small things are. Very angry.
Indeed. I just looked over at Silsy's chat. Apparently, they are hooked on a feeling. Space Zam heard short stack.
Yes, I too share the same enthusiasm when I hear short stack. Stop sending me spiders. They're so cute. I mean, and by that I mean keep
Nope.
sending me spiders.
It's just a shame that my current art piece for my character is not Twitch suitable. I do have a commission eventually coming through with Silsy. Listen, short stacks are just great, man. I mean, nobody is arguing with you.
Indeed, Sam. Yes, Sam, the artwork for what fanged arachnes look like, they are small, they are thick, they are angry.
Thicker than a snicker, every like a Chevy. Good, good. Says Space Sam. Also, I can't quite make out the emojis that you used. Like the first one is either a quill or Ichigo's Sanpakuto.
That is a knife.
Little knife.
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 Didn't mix stabby, if you will.
Yeah, I feel like we're all watching the stream so we can see the chat.
Indeed. I have
Hi,
it up on
chat.
the second monitor.
I have
Second
3 monitors.
Multiple monitors are good for viewing chat.
Not good for my internet, but good for chat.
Give chat head pats. It is a shame that I cannot get Clownfish to work to save my life.
Clownfish. It either works or it doesn't.
It has not worked for me in a long while. Hit bits.
I had to uninstall mine and reinstall with the latest version because something about the update killed it.
I guess in the meantime, I can attempt a girl voice, but we shall see. This is just what happens whenever deep-voiced men will play women.
Right.
So, to catch you up, Sab, they met Aubrey, they met Hattie, they met Delsa, and were just about to head back out. Aubrey said Lash had taken Kimmy's death rather hard and had kind of stepped out in frustration.
Yeah, I definitely want to look at the thing that you said that I could ask about. I definitely want to look at that. I'm trying to not spoil anything, but yeah,
Gotcha.
just I am the big harumph. Bad things are not supposed to happen to the people I love.
Indeed. Especially not when they're small bunnies.
Cute and fluffy. It's bullshit.
They did get to meet Aubrey in human form and did get to see her let her hair down, taking on her werebearer form.
Did still see Thirst yet?
Not yet. Susie has been restrained so far.
Well, she does have-
Has been prim and
invoking
proper.
Octavia's coolness. That was one of the tastiest fortune cookies I've ever had.
Oh. Well, now what was your fortune, if you don't mind my asking?
Like one of the absolute most generic things you can ever get. Tomorrow will be a day of new beginnings. Yes, because it'll be a new day. Thank you for that.
Tomorrow will be a day.
Whenever I go out with a bunch of people to a Chinese place and we get the fortune cookies at the end, I like playing a game with everybody where it's to see who has the funniest fortune whenever you end it with in bed.
I'm back.
Oh, you do that stuff too?
Yes, it's so fun.
Well, I think the funniest fortune cookie I've ever seen, my stepdad got a couple weeks ago when his
Welcome
fortune
back.
cookie had no fortune.
I'm back. I'm sorry that took me a bit.
Welcome
been-
back, Forg.
I was making
We've been
myself
sitting with
some,
chat.
I made myself some seafood ramen.
Ooh,
Ooh,
nice.
Yeah, some of that
Yeah.
instant stuff. So it was only about 3 minutes, but I had to boil the water first. So that was the majority of the time.
So you have ramen. Boss just had himself a tasty fortune cookie. I got back from a Mexican place.
I'm eating fruit.
Who
Ooh,
are you?
Fruit. Fruit is delicious.
What do you mean, who are you? I always eat fruit.
Well, we are all
'Cause I am a fruit.
we are all back and relatively fed.
This week.
Yep.
All right. Everybody settled in.
Mm-hmm.
Yar.
As the three of you get ready to leave, Joy, Octavia, and Mercury. Mercury, you get the sensation that your shadow is up to something, causing you to stop momentarily.
Does he get that cold chill down his spine like it's going to be something super serious?
Yep.
Like when it poked the maid. Actually, it's going to be probably poking this maid too.
Giggity.
No, we are clean and
No, I'm
we're
talking
a
about the.
respectable table here.
Well, I was talking about when that one
Where's
maid
Grap?
threatened that one maid that threatened to beat up Mercury because he left a web.
She
the
wanted to
shadow.
murder him.
She did, and the
She
shadow.
left Mercury left man-sized cobwebs in her clean inn. She wanted him dead.
He was going to clean up after himself. He always does, but she just knocked him out of bed.
With a
But
broom.
anyways,
You get a cold chill up your back as you turn and see your shadow mimicking the territorial dance that Delsa had performed in her direction.
Mercury immediately kicks his foot to pull the shadow along to trip it out of the dance. You are not going to do that. Never.
Oi, you all fucking start something.
His shadow is trying to start something. It's like, hey,
He is.
Come on.
I did not realize that Shadow was Cockney.
Revealing all sorts of things tonight.
Indeed.
Mercury, as you kick your shadow back in line, you do hear thumping up in the rafters. As the three of you approach the doors burst open, and a figure comes in. Seth, if you would please introduce and describe yourself as you return back to the inn.
So I'm assuming that Lash had gone out to get a breather rather than go try to find the thing. And once she has felt relatively calm, she had started to come back to the inn because she was also starting to get a little cold. She really needs to get some weather gear. She's going to hang out in the the coldness that is outside. And it just in her frustration of wanting to be warm again, she has indeed kicked the door open, and before you stands a horned vixen with a scar over her left eye, and she has 9 tails. She is wearing a sleeveless outfit with poofy pants. And as she comes stomping her way into the warmth, she stops and sees 2 people that she does not recognize. And that resting bitch face that she has immediately lights up in a professional smile. And goes, "Oh, we have guests. I think I've heard about you."
Judging by how forcefully you opened the door, I feel like you might be the one we're looking for.
From above, you hear Lash as a pink blur shoots between Octavia and Mercury, landing on one of this foxwoman's tails and begins to nom the tip of it.
Hey there, Nibbles. And I take it you were a bit surprised by our, and she turns her gaze towards Mercury. Unexpected family meeting? That sounds racist. I'm so sorry.
You see her tense. She raises a hand up to her face, points at her eyes, and points at Mercury.
While Delsa is holding on to one of Lash's tails, she does lift the spider to be resting on her shoulder so that she can softly stroke the top of the spider's head while she's just gnawing away. The Lash seems to have no feeling in that tail at this point.
All right. I do want to apologize already for my shadow's behavior. It has a mind of its own. That sounds weird, but you'll get used to it, I hope. So if it starts to act up and you feel Nami, go for it, because I have no part in what he does.
Oh no, the whole nomming thing is it just Nibbles bit here, and they tend to get a little itchy at times, and just having something to chew on just satiates her.
No, she territory danced me.
Really? And she looks over to the pink spider on her shoulder. You territorial?
Listen, it's fine. I wholeheartedly understand. It's fine.
I've seen this little one cry over the flies that she's caught in her web, and she got territorial. I'm so proud of you. And she's just now hugging Delsa.
Biggest grin on the spooter's face. That look of "I have been praised. Praise me."
So you said that I was the one that you're looking for. May you elaborate?
Turns to look over at Joy. Oh, this one's all you, darling.
Awesome. So as the small little ball of rage said, Lash, we've been... Well, firstly, the Spider Boy is Mercury. He is the closest thing we have to an expert on what's happening, mostly because he hasn't died yet. Miss Roth here, entrepreneur, just in general, girl boss, go yay. She has standings on solving the issues here, as it is putting a damper on her businesses. And Miss Aubrey has volunteered you, saying you're going to reclaim a pound of flesh for whoever killed the poor bunny girl.
As he says this, it almost looks like she's about to grin, but it very quickly turns into a very unpleasant-looking snarl. But she then quickly, just calms herself and, some quick deep breaths, and maybe flicks her hair back a little bit, just to try to re-center and re-pretty herself. Well, that does sound about right for me.
Indeed, and fortunately you won't have to get your pound of flesh alone, as I made a deal with Aubrey, to procure our services for, possible extermination.
Well, I do tend to do my best work with other people. Yeah.
Duly noted. Well then, we were just about to go off and, rejoinder with Astrid, and, well, if we are all in agreement, we can go ahead and be on our way.
I do feel like I'm a little underdressed to even just be taking a stroll outside. Do you mind waiting a moment while I run up to my room?
Oh, but of course, darling.
Thank you.
Also wiggles out of your arms, and you watch as. Have you ever moved your hand in front of the light, casting a shadow in front of a cat?
Yes.
Delsa has locked on to the shadow that kind of moves back and forth across the floor. She will leap at it. The shadow will move. She'll turn around, crouch down, leap at it again. And this is going on while Lash goes to get her things.
Yeah. And I would like to stress at this point that it is a very quick 2 minutes before this almost petite-looking vixen in her light outfit has returned in a full set of plate mail.
Oh goodness gracious, that's going to get so very frigid. Well, I assume you've put on the proper undergarments for, wearing metal out in the freezing cold.
Well, this is mainly to be a windbreaker, dear, until I can actually swing by the store to get something warmer to be underneath this.
Something that she notices about Mercury too. Mercury's only seemingly wearing just his cloaks, a black silk shirt, and black silk pants. Like, seemingly nothing to deal with the weather, but he seems perfectly fine.
Oh yeah, she's definitely clocked that the very moment that you all met, but she has decided to be the bigger person and not say a damn thing about it.
We will give a flare. All right, the three of you, let us go meet with our town representative, Miss Firemane, and then go get you all some shopping done. Especially you, Lash, because we don't need you freezing.
I'd rather not have to carry home a popsicle.
We don't need any of us freezing. It's just right now, this would be better than the outfit that you saw me in before.
True
Especially
enough.
if we're just doing a quick little walk down the street.
True enough, but remember, funerary services are very expensive. I'd rather not have to swing for those. Alright, let's be on our way.
As Octavia turns, like, Lash is 100% sure that Octavia's not going to see her do this. She does that look up and down of Octavia, before smiling and following.
That's why Aubrey's been trying to get her to work with. Lash, before you do get out the door, Delsa does scurry up real quick, holding another coil of rope. So you can come home.
Thank you, darling. And she will lay a gentle kiss on the spider's head.
The spider will scoot up the walls again, back to her place in the rafters, and the three of you make your way back to Astrid Fireman's home and office. She sees the four of you enter. Great. You found Lash. Awesome. All right.
And on that note, just one moment. Lash turns to walk to one of the corners of the room. And do any of you understand Primordial?
I do. Because I'm a Nazi.
Okay, so you hear her say the word for off in Primordial, and her plate mail just fall off of her body. There we go. And she like dusts herself off a little bit, trying to make sure that she is all prim and proper, like somebody who has a 20 in charisma and knows it.
Does a quick little blink, like, novel? Okay.
Wait, continue, please.
All right. Found Lash. Awesome. So, standard adventurer fare, because this is adventurer's work. I will forward you all 75 gold pieces at the moment. I know it's low, Octavia. Please don't. I'm you. This is standard rates.
Her face is already pulling into a, oh god, are you serious? Kind of a grimace.
Okay, so, 75 gold for each of you. He plops down the 4 sacks of gold. This way, you can at least prepare some before you leave. This does not come out of any deals we've made. It's wrong. This is simply from the town coffers for hiring adventurers.
Oh, very well.
So,
Very
free
well.
gold, yay.
Yay.
Well, I guess I can't really say no to free money. Thank you most kindly. I will spend it most responsibly.
Anything that I don't have to break my back for, I am all for.
Secondly, the other towns have reported in. Everybody seems to have some sort of trouble going on. As I said, if you stop in at the other towns, give them a listen, see if you think it's worth investigating. If it is, investigate, deal with it. If it doesn't sound worth it, leave it alone.
Actually, on that very thread, we did hear something from Aubrey about the passing of a girl who normally never gets lost out in the cold. So,
You notice that Lash's tails have instantly frizzed out as you bring up this topic.
Yeah, Kimmy, she left work, as you know, Lash, didn't show up at her shift, which never happens, and they found her by the ribbon sticking out of the snow. She was a few blocks away from her home, heading in the wrong direction.
yeah, that's about the report that we got. And so
If
we'll
you
be...
want,
Well, I particularly found it rather suspect. Especially for
bullshit.
someone... Well, more specifically, it's very strangely uncanny for someone who lives here, is a local, and can easily find their way home and has never needed assistance, magical
Timmy's
or
from the
otherwise.
Warrens. The only way that that woman is getting lost is if you have her blindfolded, hammered, and spinning, which, by pure coincidence, are the three things she hates.
Well,
Was she marked in any way? Like bruised?
I
cut?
don't know. I haven't read the report. That's just the basics that I've been handed from the clerics at the church who tended
I'm-
to the body.
I have been wanting to see the report as well. As far as I can tell, it's only been Madame Frost and the guards that have read the thing.
He pulls out a piece of paper and begins to write. Okay. This will give you temporary status as investigators. The guards will not bar you from any reports, and if you so wish, you can go to the church, into the Undercroft, and see the body yourself. It's being stored there until we can somehow get the ground thawed enough to give her a proper burial.
have there been any unusual reports in the time that we've been gone? Since the, mighty sphere in the sky?
Mighty sphere. What mighty sphere?
Go out and look up real quick, Lash.
Honestly, I'm
I'll-
surprised you didn't notice it on your way back to the brothel. It was
I-
a rather big, spectacular display.
I was beside myself.
Well, just be sure to have somewhere that you can sit down when you fully take it in.
I will have a gander whenever we get ready to go take care of some stuff because I am not about to freeze my tips off out there again.
Oh, of course.
Well, you mentioned if we've had any trouble. We had an adventurer who was going up. We have a missing person. A small group went up the mountain to try to get better looks. They never came.
And I imagine that they were familiar with the general surroundings.
One of them's a local. He's
Oh.
climbed that mountain, I don't know how many times. It's named after his family, the Kelvins.
Oh. Oh dear. Oh. Well, I suppose we can add that to our list of things that we'll, busy ourselves with.
But yeah, that's. As far as I remember, there were 3 of them. I don't know what the party was made up of. Can't give you any specifics. All I know is they were going up to try to get a better view of the area, and they never came home except for one of the sled downs. So,
Duly noted.
do with that information as you will. If you choose to look into it, I would appreciate it. It would give one of the missing persons, husband, some closure if they were.
Understood.
So, investigator's license. She hands over the paper for whoever wishes to take it.
Octavia will go ahead and take it. She likes handling paperwork.
Adventurer's payment for beginning out. Lash, you look underdressed. You stop by the coat room on the way out. There is a bit of a winter gear there. Cloak, boots, shirts. Should be good to keep you from freezing your tails off.
Is there anything brand appropriate in there?
And I fear for that you'll probably have to either deal with your people or buy it from the markets, because all I've got is standard issue like
I guess I can wear a potato sack into the shops.
I'm sorry. My designer is out for the moment. Anything
Yeah.
else you all need from me before I get back to this headache that is my life now, apparently?
Oh, no, no. Shan't impose upon your headache time any more than we already have.
I appreciate
Lash will go over to the side room where the winter clothing is, and she'll find like a simple shirt to put on, a simple enough shirt, something that she can wear her plate mail over and get safely to the shops to get something for herself. And then she looks back at the rest of the party and is like, "What? I'm not high maintenance. Just where I am, there's a certain look that I have to give wherever I go. I'm a businesswoman. You understand."
Joy
Oh.
nods her head. I completely understand needing to look the part and all of that.
Indeed. Few understand businesswoman needs quite like
A human me.
She will then approach the plate mail that had arranged itself nicely on the floor before, in Primordial, just saying the word "on," and it springs up and covers her completely. And that's how she was able to put that on so fast.
And all right, everybody.
Thank you for the sensor bars.
Well, I mean, you kept describing tails, and I'm like, well, I mean, no one else can see them. No one else knows that they're there, so.
Yeah, it's just this particular image is very not Twitch friendly, which is why I did commission you, but I am not rushing you in the slightest.
Again, I will attempt to. I have. Oh boy, the list keeps getting longer. Ugh.
Yes, it does. Be careful with those editings.
Yeah.
You're in a very dangerous place to be editing something like that. At least Joy's dressed.
There we go. I've attached it to the image, so now I don't have to worry about accidentally turning one off and not the other.
Yippee!
Joy
And
stands.
now everyone can see I am not the most absurdly dressed one here. I am not the most absurd one here. Come on.
You're just the most absurdly gifted.
Okay. Yes.
Joy will
I am
stand,
the
remove
I am the
her.
most endowed. But
Joy will stand, pull her colorful coat off her shoulders, flipping it back inside out to the dark side, slipping it back on. Alright, adventurers, this is where I actually leave you to your own devices because this pertains to getting directly involved, and I cannot get directly involved. Part of the rules.
I am absolutely beyond curious about whose rules, what rules, set by who. Though I suppose I'm not going to get answers on that.
Oh, actually, I can answer some of those. Some,
Oh.
not all. As for whose rules, my father has dealings with a certain individual of some great power and influence and, oh boy, magics. And part of that involves my father's children not getting directly involved with the gloom. We can skirt that a little bit, bend it a little bit, but as long as we don't directly get involved, like I cannot, fight with you, but I can offer information. then everything's hunky-dory. But if we do get directly involved, the deal's broken, we're not hidden anymore. That was a little more information I was supposed to give, but we're friends.
Oh, of course. I would never say anything about it. Lips sealed.
Oh, I'm more worried about who might else be listening. And no, that doesn't include anyone in this room. It includes one of 3 very nasty individuals who are most likely pulling the strings here. But I can't get into that either, because you have to figure that out yourself. Because if I tell you all the answers, that is direct involvement.
Well,
I'm ashamed that
Lucky.
I'm so sorry that I came in apparently fashionably late because you have been, pun completely intended, a joy to be around.
Awesome. Yes. Thank you.
well, luckily, I at least know a decent bit about who is pulling the strings.
Joy smiles brightly and points to Mercury. See? Expert.
Right.
Oh, keep that in mind.
But yeah, we don't even know which of the 3 are actually pulling the strings here, so we don't know how things are going to sort out yet.
Well, I hope it's not the girl. Because if it's the little girl, I might get another freaking scar.
Maybe.
She's responsible for 2 of 2.
Hey, chat, you enjoying the paw show there?
Pause for free.
Pause for dramatic effect.
Anyway, I'm going to stay here for a little bit, and then I'm going to move on to the other towns. I'll most likely stay ahead of you. You probably won't see me unless I want you to see me. With that, she pulls out a silvery mask, placing it on her face. It is
Mercury
kind of
shivers.
it is kind of a hard ridged goat looking mask. You know the Dodge Ram logo,
Yeah.
that kind of a hard line look. So, enjoy your time in the sphere of dread. Try not to die, try not to freeze, try not to kill each other. I've dealt with some of these adventurers who really go at each other. And I'll see you later. Awesome, great. Love you all.
All right, I'll
Bye-bye.
have the rest of them fill me in. You go take care of you, honey.
She gives a very flourishing bow with her tail swinging up and around behind her in a circle. As it does, it leaves a silvery trail of smoke behind it, which she steps through and is gone.
Right.
And for clarity for you, Sab,
Yes.
Mercury has been wearing his mask this whole time.
Yeah, we got that
Yeah,
fox
he's-
mask.
Cool.
Yes.
So she has clocked you for a lover of Vulpine people. May or may not be a bit more wary or flirtatious with you. We shall see.
And the 3 of you, if you would please make me a wisdom saving throw. As Joy leaves.
Goody gumdrops.
Oh, yay. I love these. Not really, but
Well, at least I'm proficient with these, so
13.
16.
let's see here.
And of course, Octavia is Octavia. Known quantity. No one needs to ask questions.
12.
So 12, 13, and 16.
3 of you still remember Joyous Chorus.
Oh.
Ooh.
Hers doesn't seem to be as powerful as Brawl's was.
Well, I mean, when you see how eccentric she is, she's kind of difficult to forget.
Indeed.
All right, so we have a little bit of shopping to do, and then you all can catch me up because it's going to take me forever to find something that is brand appropriate.
Indeed. Let's go ahead and set about that, shall we? Shopping first, of course. We can fill you in along the way.
Well, the three of you, good luck. And you are to lead out into the town. Make your way to the shopping district. Lash and Octavia, you would know where the shopping districts are. Mercury, you are fair to be following along for the ride.
You are following the ladies.
Yep. And if I was Everix right now, I'd be eyeing the ladies, but I am not.
Picked the stoic Spooter Boy.
Yep.
Why?
Because every campaign that we do, I'm just like, wow, this would be great for Mercury. Plus, I'm having an affinity for torturing this guy in realms.
Indeed. Indeed.
Quite the opposite of
make
me.
it-
I actually managed to recreate Octavia in Baldur's Gate. Thanks to mods.
I find it hilarious that you are drawing stuff onto Lash, and I'm looking at something that is actually really close to that color.
As you all make your way to the shopping district, you see that the town has been busy to try keeping some of the streets clean and clear of snow. From the looks of it, some wizards have come through using a bit of magic to clear paths to each shop. There are clothing shops, armor shops, potions, alchemists, fairly much anything you could think of. This is one of the larger towns that surround the lakes, since this one is the main hub of fishing trade. It has the most wealth coming in and out. Also, there are a few wagons that look like they were traveling merchants who probably got stuck here or have tried to come in to make a tidy profit from the misfortune.
Ugh.
Oh, is there a specific one?
Don't know. Do you want to investigate the wagons to see what's available?
You might get left behind.
No, I'm talking about. Has there been a specific merchant that, actually maybe a couple specific merchants that have got caught here?
Well, you'd have to go over to the
We'd have to go
plaza
over
that has
and
been
find
set up
out.
for wagons to find out.
Oh boy. I'm gonna check out the known quantities first.
Right. Where would you like to?
Well, let's see. I did grab
Clothing's-
I did grab my bag filled with the stuff that I normally have ready for if I need to flee. You know,
Oh, bug out bag.
not like it. Yeah, basically, I grabbed my bug out bag as my preparation for all of this. But I guess reinforcing food supply. So of course I'm going to go to one of my own outlets. I'm gonna see if anyone is carrying Belladonna Fair.
The shops does indeed carry your specific brand of rationing kits made up of tin canned goods that come with can openers.
It fills me with joy every single time I see these. Maybe I should get another artist to do the design of the label. It's been a while since I've reached out to anyone. I don't think I'll find a good labeler here, but you never know. And I will go ahead and avail myself to buying a couple of things of rations. Let's see, how many
Since,
rations do I currently have in my bug out bag? I have none. So I'll be buying myself at least 15 units of rations, at least.
So you could go on the run and you remember everything that's important
That's what I
except
do.
for food.
Except
I
for
drink, and I know things.
Pardon me, got a drink.
What the fork?
Yeah.
Seeing you come in and you see the clerk rather quickly recognizes you as the one who supplies these ration kits.
Is it someone that I recognize?
Not offhand. Miss Roth. Surprised to see you here.
Good afternoon. I know I'm normally back at the office managing things, but it just so happens that Astrid has press ganged me into the affairs currently going on, and I find myself in rather dire need of additional food supplies. I'm going to be out and about for a while.
Oh, well, I'm happy to serve you. You don't exactly expect people who own businesses to purchase their goods. Not saying you're a cheapskate or nothing, but you know how some business people are. They just kind of take what they want.
Oh, no, of course, I would never do that. You have a fine establishment to continue to run and operate. Thus, only a professional dealing will do. So, I require at least 15 days worth of ration packs, if you would be so kind. Of course, from Belladonna Fair, if you would.
Of course. And seeing as it's you and your company supplies them to us for a very, very reasonable price, usually they're 5 silver a piece, but for you 3 a piece.
3? I was only forwarded 75 gold by Astrid. And I did have some additional shopping I was thinking about trying
Silver.
to do. Silver? Oh.
Yes. 5 silver, usually for you 3 silver each.
Listen, I've got spare money, so I guess
don't.
splurge.
Oh, no, don't worry. Very well, very well. 3 silver. So for 15, that'll be 45 silver, which is 4 gold, 5 silver. Here you go.
Yes.
Just drops down
Alright.
6. Just drops down 6 gold coins.
Thank you very much. Gonna have to do that. We're always happy to.
Consider a small gratuity for your excellent service today. And I may come back. I may come back, and we may have more conversations about future business deals. I'm always on the lookout for new opportunities. merchants.
I imagine the owner would very much like to hear that.
Lovely. Ah, well, that'll do it for me for here. Thank you so much. Oh, I did notice there appear to be some out-of-towners with wagons. I don't recognize them. Have you seen them before?
No, they kind of showed up very recently.
Hmm.
I would actually stay away. They seem to be in some sort of like a feud.
Feuding merchants? Interesting. Well, that could always sour business for everyone else. I ought to go and get myself involved on everyone else's behalf. Thank you so much for the food, darling.
You're very welcome, Miss Roth. Thank you for your purchase, and thank you for supplying most of this stuff to sell.
Oh, but of course, darling. And she will go ahead, take her, she will take her food, she will take her charm, and she will go and find these new merchants to see what all opportunities she can find.
Meanwhile, while all of that had been going down, Lash was nowhere to be found because she's at the clothing store looking through the cold weather gear and hating everything.
Not Gucci enough.
Like,
And
no,
there's nothing
one
on
doesn't-
brand for me here.
This one doesn't have a hole in the chest. This one doesn't have a hole in the chest. This one
Like-
doesn't show off the hips.
Like it doesn't have to have a hole in the chest. It doesn't even need to show off my midriff. It needs to at least be cute. And none of this is cute at all. Like there is a certain theme that you want to have whenever you are in cold weather gear. And none of this is adorable enough to be on a card, let alone in a store window.
Listen,
Well,
I-
if you were having this meltdown with Octavia nearby, she would try and get you in contact with at least the person who's her tailor here in town, at the very
Listen,
least. But
I
she's
made
not-
my
she's not
clothes out of my own silk. If you need clothes, I can at least provide something.
And at this, she just kind of like angrily points at the store. There's clothes everywhere here, darling. There is something specific that I am looking for. Okay. Look,
There's clothes everywhere, and if something is this specific that you can't find it, we're never going to leave.
trotting by. Oh, water everywhere and not a drop to drink.
Yes, exactly. Thank you. Somebody understands my plight.
Somebody has to.
Oh, go see the tailor just a little further down the road. The one with the blue frosted windows. Go see them. They're the ones who tailored my jacket to gives a little bump
Accommodate.
to accommodate certain features.
And just say that Octavia sent me, or
Yes, just tell her that Miss Roth sends her regards and we'll be looking for another job soon.
Miss Roth. All right. Thank you. She'll turn back to the poor store hand. And be like, I'm so sorry that you had to see this side of me. It is nothing personal towards you, honey. You are doing an amazing job at this job. It's just unfortunately your stock is limited. And she will head out and go to the tailor.
There was a lot of malice behind that. I could hear it. Your stock is limited.
Taking
This
a moment,
blush.
taking a moment, and hearing this, she then turns her face over to the person at the of the store, and she's like, No. Shan't get involved. Can't go acquiring new businesses. But then again, I can always just ask, and she walks over.
The girl behind the counter takes a breath as Lash leaves, and then you walk up and she takes another one.
Oh, don't worry, darling. I'm not here to
Can I help
accost
you?
you. I'm not here to accost you, darling. Please, please calm. I am just here to say that, well, if this establishment requires perhaps better access to a wider range of fashions, I would be more than happy to throw a little bit of my money behind perhaps procuring a tailor to work here for you. I would love to invest in another store.
We're just not really used to the asking of high fashion. We
I
make
know.
clothes for fishermen.
I know, and I see that, and actually, I'm recognizing some of these articles from my own fishermen, including a lot of these knit caps. Why do they all like knit caps? Why do they all like gray knit caps?
I have no clue.
Are those hand knitted?
Yes?
Are you the one who knits them?
No, I sewed the shirts.
Oh. Mm. Go and speak with my secretary over at the Roth Cannery. I would very much like to talk more about these shirts. I do like them. Good, sturdy fabric. I am looking to start a line of uniforms for my fishermen. After all, I am trying to organize a fishing fleet, so... If that's
Okay.
something that interests you, please go and speak with Cecilia. Cecilia Bright Hollow at the Roth Cannery. And, she will just put down 15 gold. Just think on it. No commitment. But that's for you. Call it an incentive.
Okay. Right. Okay. I'll bring it up with Miss Ruth,
Of
and
course.
we'll see what we can do.
Of course. Thank you, darling. And, again, I do apologize for my companion's behavior. Don't hold
that's
it
okay.
against her. Gives her a little tap on the nose. She just has particular tastes.
Right. Okay. I'll have Miss Ruth talk to your secretary about standardizing your fishers gear.
Thank you so much, darling. Well then, ta-ta. And she turns and goes out the door.
He lets out a deep sigh. She was even scarier.
Even though she was the nicer one.
Yeah, but there's
It's like a
certain
shark swimming
presence that
around
you
the
have.
fish tank.
For the Taylor woman, this was the image that I've been looking at for the thing that Lash wanted to find. I'm really interested to see where Silsey goes, though.
Right now, Mercury just feels like a husband following his wife around the mall.
He's just like, what is going on? What is this?
He's basically been ready to go since the start. He's just like,
And now he's hanging out the tires.
We didn't start fire.
Oh,
But look, yeah, this is the sweater that she had in mind. Because look, it even has pockets.
So Mercury, you're just following along.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Waddle along.
If anybody looks at it, so sometimes when he's waiting, he's just playing rock paper scissors with a shadow. And then like bystanders actually notice like the shadows throwing up different entries than what Mercury is.
So around this large circular area, across one side you have one wagon, across the other you have another wagon. And there are several other stores if you wish to visit the stores. I believe Octavia wanted to go investigate the wagons.
Yes, because I hearing about some kind of chaos and or disagreements. There's always opportunities to be made, pitting people against one another. So.
And while Lash is preoccupied with the tailor, I need to run to the bathroom real quick, so you all have fun with the stores.
So the two wagons you have option. A run-down looking wagon, and you have one that looks like it does not have any mounting points for horses in the front, but a large contraption on the top.
She's gonna judge books by the cover, so she's gonna go to the one that doesn't look run down first.
So step up. The side panel opens up. A tabaxi face pokes out.
Mercury's eyes light up just a little bit. Gale.
You!
Nice to see you.
Panel opens up further, and the tabaxi comes out, hugging the spider at your side.
Oh my.
Octavia.
Oh my. A friend of yours.
Yeah, actually.
If Mercury looks in the NPCs and notices the coloring he is wearing, he might get ideas of how things went.
Oh no, I have to check. Oh. So, did you ever outrun Mist?
Outrun? Never outrun my beautiful darling, beloved wife. We have a guest. One we know. And you see a very familiar face pop out of the door. A female Air Genasi Mist.
So not only did you catch him, you caught him hard.
No.
For the record,
Simply
I knew it was meant to be.
learned the love of my dear beloved wife, who chased me to the ends of the earth.
Literally.
So, gave up running. But what can Gale do for you, my friend? And who is your lovely elemental lady friend? Gale, it is a pleasure to meet you, my lady.
The pleasure is all mine to meet an acquaintance of my recent.
We're also acquaintances.
Oh.
We just met not even an hour ago.
Takes out her pocket watch and checks.
It is some. My friend has taken many blows to the head, I imagine. It has been a little longer than an hour, my friend. since we met you being chased by the headless horrors of the twins.
No, I'm talking about since I met Miss.
Oh,
He snaps
since
his
you met
finger.
her.
Yeah, because he's already forgot her last name.
Right.
That makes much more sense. You have met me many times before.
Yeah,
Somewhat
trust
many
me.
times.
I know it's been a lot longer than an hour since I've been chased by the headless twins.
I was afraid you had taken one too many blows to the head and had forgotten how time works. Anyway, what can I do for you?
Snake.
Well, unfortunately, we're in the same situation as when we were locked in the place with the headless twins. So, welcome to another Sphere of Dread. Bet you're just happy to be here.
Indeed, I wish we had left a week ago, but my dear beloved wife refused to go because she loves the snow so much. Do you not miss it? But anyway, proper introductions. I am Gale of the Wind of the Passing Mist Clan, traveling merchant, wielder of this fine air-powered wagon. My people sail the great grassy plains in our wagons. That's good for running away. Not very good from escaping Genasi.
No, one
Oh,
wouldn't
yeah,
imagine so.
To cover up what you missed, ha 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 ha, missed caught Gale, and they're married now.
Gotcha.
I figured as much.
Mist was infatuated with Gale and was chasing him all over one of the other spheres of dread, and apparently has caught and married.
She got her man.
So, business. You are here. You need things. I have mini potions. I have new potions.
New potions. Well,
In fact, I have made my what do you say? Piece de resistance. My masterpiece. My
Achievement.
yes, that.
Oh, sorry.
holds-
I guess that was a meta comment because Lash is not there. She is dealing with the tailor.
He
and
holds up.
Yeah.
Will post what this item looks like as he holds up a small vial hanging from a gold chain. I call it bottled talent.
bottled
Oh.
talent.
Bottled
oh.
talent.
I almost forgot. It's a good thing that I actually ran into you. I still have some of these things. And he holds out a few of the Drowner potions.
The pearls.
He's got potions and pearls. Because remember they sold potions too.
You still have those. I would not trust the expiration date on those potions, but the pearls are still good.
Oh, I didn't know that the potions had expiration dates.
They're usually
I-
drunk within a month of purchase. If
Oh,
that,
oh.
usually a week. They don't last very
Huh.
long.
Well, then these are years outdated.
Most likely. Probably poisonous by now.
But
Could
yeah,
be useful.
boss, just let me know when enough time has passed for Lash to rejoin the group and how much the cold weather gear cost.
But I've got a few of the potions as well. I'd imagine this being a fishing place, so I've heard. You probably sold a good few.
I do have a supply of Drowner pearls. Not many people here want to try them.
I can at least vouch for
the
them.
act of eating a pearl is icky, as I have been told.
It's also rather preposterous. Pearls can be very valuable just selling them. We even have clam salesmen, you know.
Well,
My lady does not know of the power of drown pearls.
so in short, the he holds up one of the pearls so that Octavia can see it. You're supposed to hold this in your mouth, and the entire time you have it, up to an hour, you can breathe underwater.
Oh, how quaint!
Very useful for people who are not of the aquatic persuasion, such as Gil.
Mm, mm. Very
So
interesting.
I figure for a fishing village, they might be quite popular.
Hmm.
Yes, but as said, not many people wish to put something that looks like this in their mouth.
Right.
And I
Also,
will
they aren't.
boast.
They're also not exactly, I guess, champing at the bit to jump into the water. It is
Get in the water.
freezing in there anyway.
This
Well,
is also a thing. During the summer months, I imagine more popular, but in winter, not so much.
Can't imagine
Uh,
why.
as I was saying, bottled. He holds the potion up again and kind of shakes it at the end of the golden chain.
So what does
Once-
that do?
Once drank, you'll have above table DM talk. When you drink this potion, you gain proficiency with one skill, saving throw, or tool of your choice for 24 hours.
Ah,
Ooh.
It's talent in a bottle.
Ah. Interesting.
it's reading a magazine in Fallout.
Well, now, hey, the Fallout perks were permanent.
But yes. As said, you drink this, you get good at something for a little while. For a day. A day.
Interesting. Don't suppose you'd be inclined to enter into an exclusive distribution deal?
You see his grin growing very wide and Cheshire cat-like as he leans back against the wagon. I knew, I smelled a woman business. Yes. Let us haggle and make good on this. What would you be willing to
It's
pay
like
for?
it's like Knuckles the Echidna meets the Wolf of Wall Street.
Oh, what would you be willing to offer for a potion that for 24 hours makes you good at any one thing?
Well, I would need to know more about the nature of this one thing that it makes you good at. Is it random? Or is it something that you may influence according to need?
It is of the imbibers choosing as they drink. You focus on what you wish to be good at. Say, one of your people needs to be good at building a boat for a day. They think, I need to be good at building a boat for today. And then they drink. And then they are good with the woodworking tools, the weaver tools, whichever part of the boat they needed to fix.
Rather
Ooh.
fascinating.
Say I need to track down a no good debt owner. And you drink, and suddenly your skill at surviving and tracking in the woods is much better. For a day.
My. Very, very flexible and accommodating a potion.
Gale only makes the best of potions. It is my life's work.
Now, I don't imagine that this would be something that you've sold the recipe for off to anybody. So, the potions I've seen back in the capital that they claim have similar effects, they couldn't possibly be copying your work, could they?
No. This potion ingredients is all in my head.
Really? Is that so?
Indeed. Although the ingredients coming from my head may not be most reliable.
At least he's willing to admit that.
Like my potion of restful watch.
Hold on.
Players have gotten to see that in action.
Hold on, is that anything like the coffee potion?
Yes,
Oh god.
that's exactly the coffee potion.
And as he speaks, he looks over your shoulders. Who some bastard snake stole?
Oh?
He would never admit it,
She
but he stole
looks
it.
over. She looks over at where he's calling out to.
The
Yes,
rundown
this is
wagon.
This is the part that she wanted to this is the part that she was really hoping to get some insight on. She wanted to see this.
Took my restful watch potion and butchered it. Gives nightmares. Oh, that keeps you awake, seeing scary things in the dark. Mine did not have this side effect. But, as I said, a bastard snake stole it.
At hearing bastard snake, Mercury once again. Oh, don't tell me.
Do we now get to hear the snake talk?
The
No,
the
the wagon
famous.
stays closed.
Damn.
Please don't tell me he's here.
Who do you mean? There's only one bastard snake I know of, and it is the bastard snake across the way.
There doesn't appear to be anyone there.
He does not like the cold, apparently. The cold does
Well-
not bother girls so much, but him, all skin and bone, the cold is not very good for him.
Well, I mean, you say snake bastard, I
Yanti.
imagine you mean that literally.
Yes, Yanti.
Yeah, he pinches the bridge of his nose as if he has a bridge of his nose. And escrow.
You know the snake bastard.
Yeah. Funny
Wonderful,
thing
we
is,
can hate him together.
well, funny thing is my first ever interaction with him, he was chained up in a basement.
Well, he should have stayed.
Oh man, Zhao would get along so well with this man.
I can't say I wouldn't agree with you.
Because you are a man of taste. That's why I like you. Well, is-
So your recipe for this talent potion is proprietary.
Indeed. I have not written it down anywhere, so it does not get stolen by the snake. Because he is here. And if he is here, he is after my recipes. is the only explanation.
Hmm.
Oh,
my face
hurts. They're smiling.
I certainly could use at least. Not for myself, but probably for my workers. I'll send my. I will send my secretary along to have a conversation with you about a possible business venture that might be profitable for us both. And of course, the the snake bastard would not get
No.
anything out of it.
Yeah. Okay. Good. I was about to say.
You
If-
keep him out of this. I'll give you a good deal. He deserves
It'd be
every
wise.
foul thing that happens to him
Then
because he is a thieving snake bastard.
Coming from me
Yes.
too. Don't deal with him.
Also, my friend Mercury, where is your small, nervous friend Henry and the big cow man?
Well, unfortunately, they weren't permanent. They Roderick is married with a family now.
Good for him.
Henry possibly married. I don't know. I stopped taking tabs on them.
He was a good boy. Very nervous. Very twitchy. But
Yes,
good.
yes, he was.
I liked him. The big cowman. Little drunkard, but good man. I'm glad he got together with the large horse lady. Anyway, would you wish to buy potions? I have healing potions. I have restful watch potions. I have bottle talent potions. Any potions you wish, I can sell or make. As I
Sure,
am Gale, alchemist extraordinaire.
Sure. I came here without any healing potions, and judging from my past adventures, I feel like they might be a good idea.
Yes, you tend to nearly die many times.
Where's the lie?
Slow-
Where's the
slow
lie?
I turn over toward him. You have a propensity for dying.
For almost
Almost
dying.
die.
And
Almost
You're
like
about
big
to-
difference.
you're about to go on an adventure that tells you why.
Yes. Last time I met Mercury here, he was being pursued by a very amorous, headless horsewoman who wished to make him one of her trophies.
Slow head turn.
And now there's a small spider that wishes to do the same.
Oh, it's not as bad as, well, actually it's worse than what he was describing, because there was actually two of them. They were brothers.
A brother and
Sure.
sister who were cursed. Very bad. Very nasty family business. This is why I keep family out of business, except for my darling, loving wife. And he kind of looks over his shoulder back into the wagon.
Oh, and have you ever pissed off a gray render before?
I
No.
don't actually tend to piss people off.
Gray render's not exactly a person, but
Very big, think boulder with legs.
And eyes. 6 of them.
Yes. Anyway, potions. Potions, any of you. Yes, no?
I can go for some healing. Do you have one of your sales?
Ah, cheapskate.
For you, my friend, yes, I am very, very happy to offer you a deal on healing potions. In fact, I have greater healing potions I will sell to you for more on the cheap side than I would give for anybody else.
Wonderful. And he does kind of look over at Octavia, like when she says cheapskate. Like, you're one to talk.
She didn't say cheapskate.
Oh, was that out of character?
That was Silsey, not Octavia.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Well then, ignore that then.
Yeah, Octavia is very diplomatic. She doesn't say mean things until she
Still, she's
really
petty.
wants to draw a fucking. Until she wants to actually make a fucking point. Then she'll be raw.
Well, what are the cost of them, big guy?
Normally I do 5 gold a bottle, 6 bottle free. For you, though, my friend, who has a habit of nearly dying, and I know you are a good return customer because you are still alive. I will do just for you, maybe your friends, but just for you. Well, maybe then. 2 gold a bottle, 6th bottle free.
All right, and what about the graders?
That is the greatest. I'm giving you the family discount.
He cocks his head. All right.
We nearly died together, my friend. You were chased by a Dullahan in the back of my wagon. It was good times. We survived together, so I wish to see you continue to survive. So yes,
Yeah.
greater healing potions, 2 gold a bottle, 6th bottle free.
Very quick side note, Silsey, I love you.
But I do only have, at moment, on hand 12 bottles.
Yeah, like Mercury kind of lifts his shirt up a little bit to show the silver scar. Survived is such a strong word when it came to that day.
Yeah, that does look very, very, very... Wow, that is painful looking.
It's painful feeling still.
I imagine you want all 12 bottles then. So
Hey, if
20,
you can-
so 20 gold, 12 greater healing potions for you.
that works out perfect. Thank you.
Wonderful. See, you are a friend of Gail's. Gail gives you the word. I am very generous like this.
Very generous indeed. Again,
But not in my dealings with you, my voluptuous aquatic friend. I do sense plain old magic on you. It is very close to my dear darling wife, Miss, who I love very much.
well,
I will haggle with, and we can make a deal later.
certainly. And again, I will definitely want to send my secretary along to maybe finalize a distribution deal of that talent potion for some of my more, I guess you may say,
You can keep going. I'll be right back.
critical employees. I do intend to open up a line of restaurants. So having them being able to brush up on certain skills around the kitchen would also probably behoove me and them as well. So having access to such potions for the future would be quite interesting. Certainly
Luckily,
encouraging the market.
Your new friend here is very shrewd. I know we are going to get along wonderfully. Wonderfully. Already, I know me and you are going to be very good friends and partners in this.
Indeed. We will make the best of partners, I'm sure.
Lash, you finally have gotten fitted. They have created your outfit offhand. It is a one-off made in-house at the time. You have caught up with the others.
How much did it cost after I mentioned that Octavia is the one who sent me?
Once her name was given, cold weather gear was sold to you for 4 gold instead of the normal 12.
Awesome. And I will say that Lash does approach the wagons with the armor more or less in the bag on her back as she struts up, almost like she's walking to the song "All the Pretty Girls Walk Like This."
Kitty, you sly spider, you. You're traveling with all the lovely ladies,
You
but
know
not as lovely
that's
as
not the
my
case.
wonderful wife, Miss.
You know that's not the case.
Oh, you sly, thank you. Your shadow speaks different stories.
He is a different thing. He's going to speak different stories.
What is
He
the
even
shadow
tried-
doing, by the way?
He even tried flirting with that turtle. I mean, she was sweet.
She was sweet. She was borderlining on ancient, but she was sweet.
What is the shadow
know what-
doing right now, by the way?
Does Octavia turn to look at the shadow?
Upon hearing this talk about the shadow speaking a different story and Mercury like garnering a harem, yeah, she's gonna take a look.
As you turn and look at the shadow, you see on the snow, which makes the shadow very clearly sticking out with the lights coming from the wagon, the shadow quickly leaning back from where it had been leaning forward, looking like it was trying to kiss the cheek of your shadow. Before it stands there, arms looking like they're probably behind its back, kind of turning side to side. Wasn't doing nothing.
She holds up her hand, kind of points at it, and then
There's so
does like
much
a little
that you
flick
probably
of
wouldn't
her.
understand.
She just kind of flicks her wrist, and out splashes a whole bunch of this weird kind of light bluish liquid onto the snow. As she casts acid splash onto the snow.
You see the shadow jump to the side, kind of like,
And this is where Lash saunters up and stands next to Octavia. Darling, you are a godsend. Oh my god, I love this. It's on brand. It fits perfectly. It doesn't have pockets, but that is totally fine because oh my god.
No
Great, you
pockets,
found what works for
normally.
you.
Normally they put pockets somewhere around here on just, pardon me, darling. Kind of
Because she
pulls.
stands there with her arms open for you to do whatever.
She just kind of takes the like shoulder, like cover, kind of pulls it up, feels around at the shoulder. Oh, right here. They're small supply pockets, usually for carrying your makeup and whatnot, right in there.
Oh, very handy indeed. I didn't even realize that. Thank you.
Oh, because I have them myself, but they're inside the jacket to keep them a little bit warmer.
lovely new lady. I am the wonderful proprietor of this wagon. I am Gale. At your service, alchemist extraordinaire. May I help you with anything?
Oh, so we're purchasing potions. What do you have in stock currently?
Well, my wonderful friend who I know from adventures where we risk life has purchased all of my greater healing potions, unfortunately. At a very good deal, though. You share nearly dying with a friend, you grow close. Otherwise, I have bottled talent. I have restful wake potions. I have very much anything or can make anything. It'll take time to make, but I can make.
And how many healing potions did you buy, Mercury?
About 12.
Okay, that should keep us settled for a little while.
But-
They're
12
12
greater.
greater healing potions.
Well, worst comes to worst, I can always use a little bit of my own talent for healing.
You're in very good hands.
Well, at some point, we do need to go over everybody's strengths and weaknesses, just while we're out and about.
This is
Not right
also
now, though.
very true.
Well, I do believe that we are set on potions for now, unless either of you two can think of anything for our... Her eyes probably lingered just a little too long on Gale. Our fine gentleman here.
I have no further needs at this particular moment.
Just for Silsey, I'm going to post this in items. I actually did write out Gale's recipe for his restful watch potion.
Oh god. So that's why it's called a coffee potion. Okay.
Yep. Indeed.
Wait. Secret ingredient 1 alarm spell scroll. What?
Yep. Yep.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, that would do it. Oh my god. An alarm scroll ground up into a fucking ingredient. Are you out of your damn mind?
And black sand as well. Gunpowder.
Gives it a kick.
Oh boy.
Look into disease or cure prevention to add to potion. Poor elf caught something from work again.
God. Oh boy.
Ooh. You know, those restful like potions might actually come in handy. How much are those, my dear?
These being the original and non-nightmare inducing, sold by the bastard snake at 5 gold apiece. They come in regular, espresso, and cream.
What was that last one?
Cream.
Cream. Huh.
Are you saying cream?
Yes.
Cream.
Oh, okay. Because
Cream. Cream. Milk flavor.
okay. So 5 gold each. And is there, by chance, perhaps any deal that you can cut for little old me? And she is batting her eyelashes and leaning in close, trying to use her feminine charms on this person that she does not know is married. He's only talking about his wife around the other two.
Easy.
I appreciate the attempts at the seduction. Maybe 4 years ago I would have, oh boy, been very tempted by your feminine wiles, but I have a darling and beautiful wife who I love very, very much.
How he is stressing that, like it's very obvious that he's like trying to put on a show for his wife, but Lash would like to insight that to see how deep those feelings actually go, because she is unfortunately professionally a bitch.
Wait, has Mist actually presented herself?
No, she has
actually
not.
come forward.
Oh, Mercury's going to question that. Actually, he's like, Speaking of, where is she?
And
Currently,
actually, Octavia is also going to insight that because she's kind of curious. You know, what is this leaning back and shouting at person in darkness that there has been no response from? Like, what the fuck is up with that, Kyle? That's a 21.
I'll do an insight.
I've got the opposite of you. I've got a 12.
Mine's the 17.
We're all like, how much do you really love this woman, or how much is it all an act?
Well, I'm sure he loves her just fine, but I am also sure that there might be something pokey and jabby by being like thrust in his direction.
the 21 and the 17, there is affection in his voice. There is genuine care. Maybe not the deepest of love, but there is care. As for the yelling inside, well, you would have to step into the wagon to get an idea of why he's yelling inside.
Where is she? I figured she'd be happy to see me.
At the moment, most likely reclined with feet in hot water. The cold has not been very good for her. Spent way too long in the snow without proper gear. Nearly got frostbite.
Do you mind if I go say hello?
By all means, in through the door, down the hallway, up the stairs, third door on the left.
And he does so.
Lash has leaned back, is not trying to force herself onto him because, like, while she may be professionally a bitch, consent is still consent. All right, so it was 5 for each potion. How many potions do you have on you exactly?
Currently, just 4. Sadly. I'm running out of some ingredients. But 4 for now.
Okay. I'll go ahead and purchase all 4 for 20 gold.
Wonderful. As friend of the wonderful Spider Mercury, my dear friend who we have adventured with before, 17 gold.
Thank you.
Very welcome. I appreciated the attempt at flirting. It makes me feel young again.
But of course, you are still committed to your wife.
Indeed, my wife who I love very, very much.
Sadly, if you hadn't been a married man, I would have offered a discount for a discount, and winks.
Oh boy. Ooh,
She will then
not appreciate that yet. Anyway,
she will put the coffee potions into her backpack, and yeah, just kind of find like the nearest shiny object that's probably a window, and just look at herself, maybe spin. She's stupid happy with this outfit.
Mercury, as you step inside the wagon, you see what looks like a home. With the hallway, he said, stretching a bit farther than what should be able to fit in this wagon, and stairs going up further than what will definitely fit in this wagon. Gale has upgraded.
Yeah, it seems so.
Stairs, the door. You hear from inside some mutterings. At the door, you see Mist sitting there, reclined, feet in a steaming pail of water, patting a belly.
You
sees
you
you.
look relaxed.
Oh my god. I thought you died.
No, I haven't.
Oh, yeah.
Not yet. But it does seem we found ourselves in the same predicament as last time.
Predicament.
Predicament.
I know, right? But well, at least there's not a snarky woman without a head to take my stuff this time.
That is true. And I'm glad she's not trying to take my head too. But
She very
The
much had the hots for you.
yeah, she did. The unfortunate thing is now I have no idea what we're dealing with, and I'll have to figure that out.
But I believe in you. Is Henry and Roderick here?
No, unfortunately not.
Oh.
They're living their own lives.
I was
But
hoping the band would have gotten back together.
honestly, that would be nice. Out of character, like you said, she had a belly bump.
Indeed, she did.
Interesting.
She is very much wife who is loved very much.
So, are you expecting?
Back in a second, and she points over to a crib across the room.
Wow, so you really did catch up to him. Nice.
Miguel was playing so hard to get, but once I caught him, oh my god. He's such a great dad.
He's
Teaches little Breeze over there all he knows about alchemy.
well, he's very happy to have been caught. Sounds like.
She gets up and goes over to the crib, picks up a tabaxi that looks a lot like Gale, except is blue with white stripes.
Aww.
It's so cute.
This is our little Breeze. She's gonna take after her daddy. Yes, she is.
What about the new one? Do you have a name for them yet?
Not yet. Gale can be picky on names. I learned with Breeze here. But we'll see. Except
Well-
I could name this one since he named Breeze. And I'm
Well-
bouncing names around.
I might suggest something that fits with the trend. Maybe Gust.
Ooh, that could be very cute if it's a boy. But it was great seeing you again. She comes over, gives you a hug. So who are you adventuring with this time? And she begins to head out of the room and down the hall.
Well, one of them is a businesswoman, and the other one, I
Is
hesitate.
also a
to assume-
businesswoman.
I
An
hesitate to assume,
alternative businesswoman.
but from the information I've gathered, she is a bouncer at the brothel.
Oh, she bounces something all right.
Lash, you and Octavia see a woman coming out with a bundle in her arms. Octavia, you've rather quickly recognized this woman is a Genasi as well. Oh my god, another plane touched.
It's good to see another one of our kind.
I'm Air Genasi. I take it by that gorgeous hair. You must be water.
Water and then some. But I see you're carrying your own very interesting little elemental surprise.
This is my little baby Breeze. She takes after her daddy, and you see Gale has straightened up, is looking very respectfully above you and Octavia's head, Lash.
Lash will come over and just immediately start gushing like, "Oh my gosh! So you're the one that Gale has been going on and on about. Oh, you were so lucky to have somebody as amazing as him."
Yes.
And just continues just this conveyor belt of just gushing, complimenting, and just doting as much as she can.
So these two are who I'm going to be adventuring with today.
First, please take care of Mercury. He is a super sweetie, even though he's a little gruff. He's a real sweetie.
Oh, well,
And
do
he
my
will
best.
see you through. Just try not to let him get any more scars. Those are terrible.
I unfortunately can't make any promises, and she gestures to her own scar. Granted, it's nothing like the silver one, but still.
Two silver
It was
ones.
wonderful meeting you both. Gale, it is about time to start cooking. Ladies and Mercury, it was wonderful seeing you again, Mercury. We're going to close up shop, but feel free to stop back by when we open up again.
It was wonderful to see
find
you
ourselves
again too,
around.
Mist.
You all enjoy the rest of your evening together. We'll be off. And
Take
Lash will
care,
start
and
to
she steps
sashay
back
away.
Who said what?
Eh?
I didn't catch that. Who said what?
Lash is sashaying away, and Mist has stepped back into the wagon, with Gale letting out a sigh, deflating. Oh, my darling beloved wife. As you heard, store hours are over. Family comes first. Thank you all for visiting. Mercury, try to stay alive. Repeat customers are favorite customers.
Yeah, I'll try my best. I promise you'll see me again sometime.
Miss Lash, Miss Roth, I look forward to seeing you both again. Miss Roth, I look forward to doing the haggling and business with you. Thank you
Indeed.
very much, and I will see you all again some other time. As I said, this wagon does travel, so you may see me again in different towns.
I look forward to it.
Wonderful.
Good evening, sir.
Once more, stay away from the lying, cheating, thief, snake bastard.
Duly
And to
noted.
think you make him sound so interesting, it's a shame that he won't come out and say hello. But we have other business to attend to.
Indeed.
At least I kind of want to say a bitter hello.
Do as you must. As a businessman, I do not wish to discredit another businessman. It is not good business to talk ill about your competitors. He does also sell potions. He might have more. I cannot attest to the quality. He does also begrudgingly sell a good amount of magical items for cheap. It is. Yes, Miss Roth. I am speaking up of my competitors, but if we do not support our competitors, we do not have competitors, and then we are in a monopoly. These groups of business
She
can
gives
be
she gives a
to do-
brief she gives him a brief look without saying anything, but it's pretty clear what the very first words in her own mind are. And what's the problem with that?
My
And then
wife
she
is insistent on fair
readjusts.
play. My wife is insistent on fair play.
I don't
If I had it
know.
my way, I would burn his wagon to the ground.
In my opinion, magic items and cheap don't belong in the same sentence.
Somehow he does it.
usually are the kind of magic that come with side effects. I'm used to those kinds of charlatans trying to hawk their wares. Well, I'm not one for passing up an opportunity at least to encounter someone. If nothing else, know your competition.
I'd like to take a look at the wares, but I'm pretty sure that there's something sketchy going on with those. I mean, again, magic items and cheap do not belong in the same set. I'm sorry, Gail. You have stuff to attend to.
Yes,
Good evening.
return to your family. Have
Yes,
a
I will
lovely
see
evening.
you all some other time. It is wonderful meeting you all. Have a good time. Do not die. Repeat customers, always my favorite, especially when they come back alive. Goodbye. I will see you. I am coming, my dear lovely wife, who I love very much.
Good,
Out
good
of
job.
character,
Keep
I
it up.
love that. I love that you mentioned escrow as a charlatan, because I always accost him to like compare him to Dr. Facilier.
So you said that you wanted to begrudgingly say hello.
Yeah.
I would like to take a look at what he has. Might have some special interest stuff there, but
Well,
I doubt it highly.
well, I feel like you might be right about saying that something with magic would not be cheap, because uh, he's not exactly the greatest to do deals with.
Special
I've run into him a
alternative.
couple of times.
Special
how do you know
alternative
him?
payment.
Well, in the same place that Gale was talking about me being chased by the Headless Horseman, I found, actually found, escrow in the basement of a warrior named Burm. I tried to free him. I'm actually glad I didn't, but I don't know how he got out. He just did. He's a shifty one. I learned that the hard way.
So keeper, what's about us? Got it.
Most definitely.
Well, after you.
Yeah, and he does approach Escrow's cart. Kind of gives a little knock on the side.
Knock on the side, the wall facing you falls forward, forming a stage that goes into darkness. Out steps Dr. Escrow the Magnificent in a exaggeratedly oversized sweater, arms wrapped around his front.
Oh, honey, that is not your color.
Well, I think the color is the least of his concerns right now.
No, not at all, my not at all, my dear friend. Dr. Escrow the Magnificent, at your service.
I guess it makes sense that you're not used to the cold.
Well, we did learn that he is Yanti. Reptiles generally don't do well with cold. I mean, I barely do well with cold, and I have fur.
Exactly.
Well, that's what
Why
he
my
said. I guess it
grandmama
makes sense.
sent me here, I have no clue. She knows I don't do good with the snow. My sister would be much better in the snow. It's in her name.
Is your sister not also Yanti?
Many sisters adopted.
Oh, well, nothing wrong with that.
And he looks over each of you, and then eyes finally rest on you, Mercury. I remember you.
Yeah, I remember.
You lived.
Yes.
Hey, congratulations, my friend.
A lot of people seem really surprised that I lived, and that's kind of concerning.
But on the bright side, they are all very happy to see you, which is a good note in my opinion.
Spider over here. Well, you did leave me to die in Bum's kitchen, but I won't hold you that against you.
Well, I tried. I mean,
Shy is subjective, but yeah. What can I
Okay.
do for you? I'm very sorry. Excuse me for just one moment. Dr. Escrow, the Magnificent, is at your service, my ladies, and my spider friend.
speaking
What
of
can I do for you?
actually, do you know what happened to Berm? He just kind of disappeared. And
Oh, no
on my
need to
mind
worry
ever
about
since.
old Bum now. Bum's very happy with his little girl back in his loving embrace. He made a deal with my grandmama, and they're doing all
Right.
right.
Well, Mercury got to say his hello. I would like to take a very quick look at your wares because you look like you are. The longer this conversation goes, I'm afraid that you're going to either catch a cold or your death. So I would like to make this quick for your sake.
Really hard to kill me. I have a habit of popping up everywhere.
Well, still.
Anyway,
Vibe check.
vibe check.
Octavia
Do
wants a vibe check from this man.
Then vibe check away.
Do it with advantage because I am helping you. Because just like also doing it, just, I don't want to make another roll with Shadow at the moment.
Yeah, roll second one.
Oh, it didn't do it. I was holding down shift, so it was supposed to do it, but oh well. Hey, 21. Vibe check.
This man gives off shady businessman to no ends.
Her head actually just kind of ever so slightly leans away as her eyebrows start rising all the way up, like almost up to her hairline, which is
The,
quite a distance for her. But
The-
her
the
eyes are not widened either. Her eyes are instead squinting. She is giving right kind of a look.
the amount of shady businessman is bordering on less con man and more dangerous.
So, what cursed items are on the menu today, boss?
For those who don't know, in the last campaign that I was in with these guys, the player who is currently playing Lash,
Hello.
bought a series of incredibly, bizarrely cursed items, including cursed potions of wakefulness, a cursed frog amulet that basically turned his character a little bit extra into a frog like every single day, and he was
grew
literally
extra
eating
jumpy.
bugs.
Yeah, he grew extra jumpy and was eating bugs.
Yeah.
But it also gave him an amazing swim speed, but he only used like maybe 2 times.
But he also had to go into the water every so often, or else he would get very irritated fur.
Indeed, he would start to dry out. He was an amphibian and needed to. We like cursed. Yes, we do, Sam. But I am playing Lash a bit differently. So the last guy got super cursed. Lash is obviously much more picky.
Yeah, Roderick decided to grab both freaking obsidian swords.
He didn't know they were cursed. There's a difference between doing something because your character would do it regardless of the information that the player has it, and one doing it just to spite everybody else. Crash was the spite. Roderick was the innocence.
No, I'm pretty sure that if it's a good cursed item, I'm pretty sure Lash will still walk away with it.
Oh yes, Sab is very much a curse whore, but we shall see.
Yes, we shall see.
Well, as for what I have available, I got a few things to offer. What are we looking for? Martial, accessories, armors, fashion statements. What can escrow interest you all in?
What have you got in stock?
Right, let's see. Kind of disappears out into the shadows and comes back, arms full of what looks like a random assortment of junk. Let's see here. I have a Eldritch Halberd.
Eldritch.
If you're,
Halberd. Oh boy.
if you're, what in God's name is going on with my computer? Whoa, 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 computer, what is happening to you? Okay. Whoa,
Hello. Everything good?
whoa.
You good,
Whoa.
boss?
My screens all went to flickering,
Oh, jeez.
like strobe light flickering for just a second.
Are one of your plugs loose?
Everything seems fine now. Hold on, let me reach behind the computer.
Check your fan temperature.
My main screen has a very sensitive plug, so if I even move it, it'll flicker like that.
Everything's cold. Okay, I see what it is. I scooted my tower over a little bit today and it pulled one of the cables and I just knocked it with my knee and that's what. Okay. It's plugged back in. It's plugged back in.
Good, good.
Prices averted. Everybody calm down.
Yes.
Everybody stay
No,
calm!
everybody panic! Oh my god!
Let's see. In the martial fields, have this halberd here. I'll start posting some things. Let's see. No, stop. Back computer.
Collaborate and listen.
Cooperate and obey.
All right, Eldritch Halberd.
Ooh.
I have a hammer of whispers. Let's see.
Stealthiest hammer in the world. A hammer with a silencer, if you will.
In terms of armor, I have this here. Let's see here. Helmet of the skeleton. You, Mercury, might not appreciate this one too much.
Aw. I had to think for a second as to why, but I'm just like, oh, okay, I get it now.
What?
The helmet of the skeleton. Mercury and undead. Hates everything about it.
Let's see. For accessories, let's see. Accessories. I got a couple of rings. I've got a locket.
That completely reminds me of something that Mercury does that I completely forgot to tell people about
What?
the whole hating necromancy and how his entire race even started.
Steelmaker's ring.
Locket of the Stolen Heart.
Owner of a lonely heart.
Dealmakers. Huh? Huh? I feel like I'm being targeted here. What's
I
going
know my
on?
clients. Targeted ads.
Shadow Weaver's guys.
I did
Mercury
not
has enough cloaks.
I did not consent to my information being bought or like transacted. I'd like to I'd like to say no to cookies, please.
And
know.
last but not least, this fine violin.
Vain Virtuoso's violin.
I actually reduced the amount of cloaks Mercury has, and he still has, I think,
I know you're at. I know you love the cloaks.
Could you give us a quick rundown on each and what the asking price is?
Of course. Let's see. Eldritch Halberd. Instead of your muscles, you can use your force of will, above table charisma, instead of strength. If you're hurt, you can cast Eldritch Blast from the weapon. If you're a warlock, it gets a little more potent.
I don't know. I don't think we have any warlocks here. It's like
You don't have to
eyeing
be a
up
warlock. Use it.
the two of you to see like if there's a nod or a shake.
Mercury
I-
is you can see what Mercury is plain as day.
Here.
And Octavia just kind of goes, I don't take deals unless I'm the only one who really gains anything in the end.
As I said, you don't need to be a warlock to use this. It has extra oomph if you are a warlock. Not interested. Not interested. Oh yeah, I see. Okay. Next, Hammer of Whispers. It is silver. That's good. It is really light, which gives it the finesse property. And when you hit, it makes no sound and does a little extra psychic damage.
Yeah, hammer with a silencer.
No. No. Okay. It's enough. It's fine. Helmet of the Skeleton. This one was recovered, so one of a kind. While wearing it, any skeleton or skeleton creature, fairly weak, pays you no mind. Unless someone is controlling it and tells it to pay money. Until then, it does not harm you or your companions. Also, any damage you do to an undead creature counts as magic to get over undead fortitude. And you only need half as much food and drink. Huh? No? Yes? Maybe? Locket of the Stolen Heart. When you attune, the picture inside becomes a creature you love most, living or dead. Could be romantic or family or some kind of devotion. If your feelings change, it changes. But while you're wearing it, and as long as there is a picture inside, you cannot be charmed. The Stolen Heart. You can't be charmed. Yes. Good? No. Okay.
Dealmaker's Ring. When you make deception or persuasion check with another humanoid and offer your hand in a handshake, you can roll a d4 to add the number to the ability check. So when you make a deal to lie or persuade, you can add a d4 once
Basically,
a day.
like a guidance, so long
Yep,
as you do it.
once a day guidance,
Ah,
as long as you shake hands. For the Shadow Weaver's Guise, it has 3 bone clasps. Whenever you use an evocation spell that deals damage, you can choose to change the damage to necrotic. And the Bane Virtuoso's Violin. When you give another creature bardic inspiration using the violin, you gain 1 yourself, which is a d4.
oh man. And of all the instruments I don't have proficiency with.
So while he's been going over the spiel and without giving spoilers, being what I am, does anything about any of these items feel familiar?
Familiar.
I'll clarify with a DM.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, we gonna make some sort of deal, my wonderful, yeah, yes.
Oh my, you do appear to be in a spot of trouble as far as warm accommodations go. Does the cold not agree with you?
No, very much. I come from a desert.
So, out of character, what does the Shadow Weaver's guys do again?
When you cast evocation spells, you can change the damage to necrotic.
Oh,
Okay. I suppose there's just one last a question that I have before talking about a deal, and I really need you to be straight with me, sir.
Hmm.
Are there any drawbacks to these items that you have not been forthcoming with? And I am prepared to make an insight check whenever he answers.
You've been talking to the cat across the way, ain't you?
And now I'm talking to you.
I am surprised you didn't hear him shouting out at you, calling you... What was it again?
The snake bastard, I imagine.
Among other things, yes.
Well, Doctor?
All my items. Well, none no kill you.
That's not what I asked.
I think it's an admission by omission in this particular case. Well, I'm sorry, but I'm not one for picking up curses, so I'll have to bow out of any transactions here.
If I am too stopped up to finagle with you all today. If anything is cursed, he reaches into a pocket and pulls out a pair of scissors. I'll give it to Snip.
What about the hammer? Is it
These are the
cursed?
scissors. Could be. I haven't attuned to any of this. Yeah, he pulls up this pair of scissors and snips them in the air a couple of times. If anything untoward is in any of the items, I give it a little nit. Y'all are
How much?
catching me in probably my most honest, because honestly, I want to get out of here as soon as possible.
How much for the hammer?
How much for the hammer? Wait, you want to buy the hammer?
Do you want to stand out here in the cold and ask him 20 questions, or do you want to tell me how much the hammer is?
$60 gold and it's yours.
45.
50.
Deal. And she will count out 50 gold.
And you. Pleasure doing business with you. Once I'm feeling better, I will update my stock. We can do some more business later. I am very sorry you did not catch the doctor. That is most magnificent. It is hurtful for me to give you subpar dealings.
Now, hold on. We do need to know if this is cursed. So I would ask that you stick around for the attunement process.
Ugh. Fine.
And she is going to slow attune.
Gonna drag this out on you.
How is he
still-
reacting to the slow attuning?
He runs a hand down his face. I swear you're almost as bad as humans.
No response. She's too busy attuning.
So I don't know what all I missed because my computer froze and crashed.
Flashbulb hammer.
Yeah, Clash. Lash bought the Hammer of Whispers, haggled it down to 50 gold from 60. Got a promise from escrow that if it is cursed, he'd give a snip to the curse. And then, as he tried to go back into his cabin to avoid it, Lash was like, "Oh wait, shouldn't you stick around for the attuning process?" And is now slow attuning.
He looks miserable being stuck out in the cold like this.
Octavia even does just a little extra because she has the impression that he recognizes magic items that he looks at, that he could probably tell what's going on. So she just kind of taps the toes of her boots onto the ground. Just
You know, I'm really surprised that you don't have something like I have. And he kind of like lifts up his cloak. This helps me with harsh weather. But I figure you, with all these wonderful magic items, would have something as common as this.
All I got's what my grandmama gives me to sell. Flash, as you begin the slow attunement and begin to feel into the weapon, you being what you are yourself,
you begin to feel that, yes, there is a curse in the weapon.
And I immediately stop.
Not
Well,
feel satisfaction. Yes.
it is indeed cursed, good sir. Now, could you please remove it?
Cut you.
Sorry, chat. The curse has to go.
Oh, it's fun. I'm sure they don't mind, you know. It's good that we aren't gonna have a repeat of. So I'm gonna go ahead and walk away from the camp for a little bit to go find bugs. A repeat of that.
This
I
is probably
think.
this is probably a very refreshing take for Everix here, because I have played so many characters that have just straight up gotten cursed.
He holds
mean,
up the
it's entertaining for all of us.
he holds up the shears, brings them closer to the weapon. You see blue threads begin to appear between the weapon and yourself. Gives a snip. Roll me a D100 lash.
Ooh, D100. Let's see here.
Oh no.
97.
Damn.
Well, that's only if high is good.
You see the blue thread be severed. There you go. As promised. Because I give snip.
And now you wouldn't want to be trying to back out and be called potentially a bad businessman. We got to make sure. And she's starting the slow attunement process again.
Alright. He sits down on a stool.
He is nothing if not a man of his word.
He has to be.
How much is Mercury loving this right now? Secretly.
Well, me, Everix, is loving this, but Mercury is once again feeling like a husband following his wife around the mall.
As you reach the point where you did last time, you do not feel a curse within the item.
I will finish the slow attunement process. Just because we've already been sitting out here, I'm just going to stick my guns with it. And I do eventually finish the tuning.
Here is the weapon. You can ignore the cursed property at the bottom.
What was the curse?
The curse. When you reduce a creature to 0 hit points using this weapon, make a DC 10 Wisdom saving throw. On a failed, your mind is plagued with mysterious whispers. You take 2d6 psychic damage.
And are incapacitated until the end of your next turn.
Yep.
So now I can just do the whack'ems.
Stealthy whack'ems.
Now you can smash. This is the hammering
Bonk.
question, everybody.
It's the bonk without the satisfying thunk.
A good 75% of this text box is just the curse. A pleasure doing business with you. I'm so sorry that I was being so catty with you. That's so unprofessional of me. You get nice and warm now.
rolls out of stool on the ground. Too cold.
Take
Interesting.
very much care of yourselves. Thank you very much. Please, hurry back as soon as possible. It'd be wonderfully adoring to have you all here again. Thank
Indeed.
you. He goes to step back into the wagon. What did I do to piss off Grandmama to send me to this damn snowy hell? Oh, Esco, you did so good in the last place. We gonna send you here. Last time I had a good grandson. And he grabs the wall, picks it up behind him, shutting the wagon.
Okay, well, now that we've had that interaction, Lash does look over towards Gale's wagon to see if he saw any of the snake's frustration.
You're not sure if he did or not.
Questions for later.
He did have to go to dinner with his family, so.
Well, this is true. All right, well, speaking of family, it's time to see whether or not I have a sister that was murdered. Or just
Yay!
bad accident.
Yay!
Guard tower for the report, or do we want to go to the clerics to see the body?
I'm personally of the mind we should go to the
I'd like to see the report first, and then we can see the body to see if it matches up.
yeah, that sounds good. Sounds good, yeah.
No qualms here, sir.
Indeedly do. So I think
You
we'll
can just call
do-
me Mercury.
Oh, I was talking out of character. My bad.
Since Lash said sir. He's just like, you can just call me Mercury.
Okay.
It does not take terribly long to make your way to the guard tower.
Especially since Lash knows the way very well.
Yep. Inside behind the desk, for Lash, you see a familiar figure. For the rest of you, you're slightly taken aback by a very pale-looking human, very vivid, bright purple eyes, and a very long, pointed nose. Lash, and you're not here with a rowdy patron. You're with friends.
What's his name again?
He was just about to introduce.
Oh, sorry.
I would be Steven. Yes. As you can tell, he turns his head sideways, showing the nearly 6-inch long nose. Yes. I am Hag Spawn. No, I'm not going to eat your kids.
Though I have been telling you to eat more red meat. Look at your complexion. You need more iron in your diet, I swear.
It's what happens when your mother is a burr hag. I look like a frozen corpse.
Well,
Actually,
regardless, you clearly have not been taking care of yourself either. Anyway, we're here on, sadly, more important matters. Octavia, dear, if you wouldn't mind showing off the license.
Oh, of course. Oh, and just as another little side note, I know a wonderful cosmetologist who could absolutely work miracles with your skin tone.
She knows a lot of good people. It was because of her that I have this outfit now, and she spins for him.
You're looking good. Anyway,
Here you go.
Investigator's writ. Awesome.
All right, so now you can show us that report about Kimmy.
I figured that's why you were here. Anyway, just a second. Let me grab it before you lie. Spins around, stands up. You see he is very lanky. The bluish of his skin. He does look like a corpse that has been frozen. He's very pale, like he has been out in the cold for hours. Yeah, it was really terrible hearing about Kimmy. She was a sweet girl. Here. He brings over a stack of papers. Everything the investigators wrote down about the death, everything. I am sorry for your loss.
And Lash is too busy reading through the report now.
So what the reports say. She had, judging by where she was found, she had begun heading home, and somewhere about halfway through the trip, she started darting through alleys. Judging by the druids and rangers following her tracks back. The report suggests something was following her, but no other footprints were found. When she was found, she was not. It's not like she collapsed from the cold. She was found more huddled up, with an arm sticking out as if to hold something back.
As Lash has been reading over this report, everybody else can see that tears are just starting to slowly roll down her cheeks.
As I said last, I am sorry. We didn't tell people everything about her death because, well, you read something's here. But we've been doing our best to beef up night security. I suggest you go see for yourself at the temple.
So you would rather have people believe that she was an incompetent fool getting lost on her way home than to let people know that they need to be safe at night?
No, it's more we've... Look, I can't tell you what the guard captain's ideas were on this, but that's the story he told us to give. Kimmy got lost in the snowstorm, so everybody needs to be careful and walk in groups. But just at least go pay your respects to her. We're keeping it preserved. They're very respectful with it. I am sorry.
Oh, it sounds like your captain's covering up more than just his ass with this one, so I'm trying not to be mad at you, but I am mad and trying to figure out what that needs to be directed at.
Whoever was chasing her.
You can direct it at what actually did it. Once we find out what did it.
Good day,
Lord,
Steve.
Good day, Steve.
And Lash
As
makes
you
her
all-
way up.
To all begin to leave the guard tower unless anybody has anything extra they wish to ask the guard. Octavia, anything extra? Nope.
Not that I can think of off the top of my head, no.
Mercury, anything extra?
He just wants to look over the report himself.
everything that Lash learned from the report, you did too. Something halfway through her trip home started her running through the alleys, and she was found in a position where she looked like she was defending herself. There's no mention of any kinds of wounds on her body. So you can inspect her body when you get there, but that is where we will end for the night because I have kept you all. It is midnight for Syl.
It's midnight for me too.
Midnight
Yeah.
for you too.
It is the normal ending time for my streams. So
Yeah,
I
and I
normally
did
cut
keep
off
you
at
all a lot longer than I usually keep you all for these games.
That's probably my fault.
No, it's all good. And besides, it's more content.
Yeah,
It is more content, and so that is where we will end for the night. Thank you all for joining. I
Thanks for
hope
watching,
you
chat.
enjoyed the beginning of this adventure.
Yeah.
Thank you, remaining watchers of the stream, for bearing with me.
Yep. And ever as always, these streams will first the first session usually has the slightly slower pace, but I promise you guys the next ones will also
Yep.
pick up because you'll get to see all the fun shenanigans I get up to when I get to manage the maps.
Yep. Yes, there were no maps, unfortunately, for this go around. Next one will have maps, as you all will be starting your journeys out of town and into the wilds,
Yep.
where
Well, at least
encounters
chat got
can happen
the.
and maps will be.
At least chat got to see Chelsea do her amazing art stuff. I
Oh, yeah.
love the outfit that you made for Lash. Oh my god.
I wanna do one that's slightly better. So I'll refine that. I will refine that next time.
For the
Well,
content.
Thank you all.
For my personal satisfaction.
Thank you all. I always enjoy having you as players. Thank you very much for playing this game with me and listening to my ramblings. Thank you, Shreem, for putting up with me as well.
And thank you for running.
For that,
they love
we will
you.
say good night.
Good night.
Night. Alright, let's go ahead and drop back into live. Okay. Oh boy. So, a full 5-hour session. I'm so thankful that so many people stuck around from, I know that D&D sessions are maybe a little less, maybe a little less exciting. They do pick up. Boss is really, really good at pacing stuff. Today was just, it was a shopping trip, eh? It was just shopping trip. But, next session, like you said, we're gonna be going out into the wilds and everything, and there will be maps to manage. It's gonna be fun. Are you kidding? Shh. I'm fully accustomed to like 6-hour sessions, so trust me. The only reason I didn't do it that long is because, I mean, it is midnight, but anyway. So, thank you so much, boss. Thank you. I love being in your games. You are awesome. You are awesome DM. So thank you. And thank you to everyone who stuck around. We're not gonna actually pass the torch on tonight. Because I'm a little tired. I imagine some other people are a little on the tired side. So I'm gonna probably, I'm just gonna flop into my bed and just. But I love all of you guys, and I definitely hope to see you guys for the Sunday stream. Sunday stream is just gonna be back to some lewd art. The Holokini series. I will be picking back up with the Holokini series, and I have 7 more people I need to do the magic for, and then if I get everybody finally roughed out, then I'll be able to start with the actual refining of each one into an almost commission level piece. That's the goal. Okay, but with that, I'm gonna say good night, everybody. I love you all, and I hope to see you again real soon. So, bye-bye. Bye-bye. Bye. 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 Bye.